All right, all right, all right. As the pro black perspective quoted in the chat earlier, it's another Saturday night. Therefore, it's another Saturday night shoot the breeze. I want to thank everyone who's tuned in and who will be tuned in tonight. Last meeting of the year. So we have a few good topics for you guys. In fact, we are adding an extra hour tonight to cap off the season of Shoot the Breeze. We have a few good topics to talk about. We're going to talk about divestors in Africa. We're going to talk about another African whiz kid, a scam, a thief, or a hacker. I don't know what's all this noise going on. We're going to talk about a particular set, as I'm told by Bakari and others all the time. It's just a minority. We're going to talk about a particular set of queens who y'all say we should protect. We're going to talk about polygamy. We haven't talked about this on Shoot the Breeze in quite a while. We're going to talk about polygamy and marriage protocols that are lacking in the West. We are going to talk about the silent genocide in the Congo, no international outcry. So that's the five that I would usually have. I have the two possibles tonight. Does it matter that our revolutionaries died rich or poor? That's a very interesting question. It'll be interesting to see what the mindset of our people are when it comes to that topic. Does it matter that our revolutionaries died rich or poor? And the second possible is around Jared Ball. Jared Ball basically said black businesses are not a way to solve black problems, and we'll talk about that tonight as well. So those are the topics for tonight. Oni says from the chat, sounds like a good entertaining lineup. I think it is as well. I'm sure Oni will be on the panel later on tonight as well. But for everyone who wants to join, and tonight is one of those nights, man. Bring the sisters, bring the fellas, bring the brothers, bring the children, bring everyone. Let's have a good convo tonight. Let's fill up the panel. Let's fill up the chat with conversation, and let's just end the year right. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to start the show officially. And on the other side, I will introduce the panel, and I'll drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 1. So you guys do stay tuned. In the meantime, share the episode, like it, invite some people in. All right? I'll see you all on the other side. Stay tuned.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes, indeed. I do miss the matron, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio. I hope all is well with her. I hope all is well with everyone else on the network, too. Speaking of the network, let me welcome in my first panelist tonight, member of the network, Oni Tase from the Pro-Black Perspective. How are you, Oni?
I'm good. Welcome to the new year. We ending out with a bang. I like these topics. Let's do it. Hopefully, Brother Trigger and Anthony come through. Although we want some sisters too, but hopefully them brothers will show up. Be lit.
I agree, Oni. Well said. I agree. Thanks for that. Last show tonight, last show of the year, sorry. Come on through. The link is pinned to the top of the chat, but I'm gonna drop it in the chat as well for those who want to join. Hey, why not, man? It's the last or second to last night of the year. Hop on the panel. Let's have a lively discussion. Let me also welcome in Buana this week. Buana, how art thou?
I'm good. Cool. All the brothers, I just making my little something. Oh, by the way, congratulations to Oni. I heard he found his princess in Africa. He'll have to give us an essay on that sometime next week. So
tomorrow, my guy.
Tomorrow,
I guess that's next week. I guess that's next week. Man, this dude.
Okay, yeah. Tomorrow's next week, right? So we do look forward to that conversation about Oni's time on the continent for those 6 months. In the chat, we got Jay Jose laughing with us up. Real Black Gentleman is out there. Daily Affirmation by Pauline is out there. We got Anthony McPhail hailing up everybody. And so that's nice. I appreciate all of you who are here tonight, all the regulars. Make sure to share the show, like it, etc. Let's welcome in Black Steel this week. Black Steel, how are you?
I'm doing good. How's everybody doing tonight?
I'm hanging in there, man. Good to see
Happy
you.
New Year to everybody. We made it through 2024.
Yes, Happy New Year, Black Steel, and all the brothers too. That's right.
You mad early, bro?
You're a little bit early, but it's all good. We appreciate it. We appreciate all the saying. Oh, look at the matron out there.
Matron. Late, man.
Matron says, greetings, everyone. So it's good to see all of you here. Let's get into it. I hope more of you will join the panel tonight. And if you don't join the panel, I hope you'll be active in the chat. Let me see if I put it up already and I lost it. Hold on. Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 is going to be a bit of a doozy for some. Oh, yeah. Anthony McPhail just said a word here too. Happy Kwanzaa to everybody. I didn't really talk about Kwanzaa this year, but it's always on my mind around this time. So happy Kwanzaa to everyone as well. Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight is divestors in Africa. It seems to be the case that this is not just an American problem. Thought. So this came with a link. I'll share it with you guys. We'll watch it and then we'll comment on it.
Active. She's about 30 years old. And she had...
Wait a minute. Hold on. Sorry about that.
She has a fiance in Germany. And he's going to come here, I think, in the next couple months. He's already processing her visa to come over to Germany, and they're going to get married. They talk every day on the phone. They do the video, voice calls. And I'm clapping those cheeks so hard, bro.
many black women are interested in dating outside of the race or outside of the community. They're open to dating white men. And some of the reasons, and not limited to, could be white men have more money, white men are more serious, white men are romantic, or black men are just tired and they're tired of dealing with the heartbreaks of dealing with black men. And that happens as much as you see it in America, but also in Africa. And that is really where you see white privilege come on to par. A lot of black women in Africa, African women, could really think that white men are the next best thing to Jesus Christ. And you see it. Like when you see African couples go outside, you don't really get to see them holding hands. But whenever you see a white man with a black woman, almost for certainly, they are holding hands and being very romantic. And she's happy as hell to be with him. Real Nima. Just the other day, I happened to be at a restaurant. I won't call the restaurant's name. And I saw this like 80-year-old dude with this young, like 23-year-old chick. And she was just like so happy to be with him. I wonder why. Booty clapping sounds. But nevertheless, it happens. It happens a lot. But we always hear, certain women talking about black men, and dating black men and hating on black men, like this clip here.
Anybody who's watched me since I was 22 or 23, I'm sure you feel as old as I do right now. I feel old. Okay. Yeah, girl. In like 2 whole weeks, I'll be 1 year away from being 30. I cannot believe it. But that's not the point of the video, that I'm getting old. Let's talk about these dusty ass. Okay. So when I say dusty, I don't mean tax bracket. Okay. All black men are dusty. It does not matter their tax bracket.
But we never hear the other side of the story. Like, what do these white men think about dating black women? Now, this is interesting because typically it's not talked about because it's considered to be taboo or very offensive. But I came across this particular YouTuber because you guys sent me this particular video. And this is a guy that is currently living on the continent of Africa. Now, it's interesting. He has a lot of content about all the chicks he deals with and stuff like that. But I want you to hear what he has to say in this clip.
Went on a date tonight. Well, let me be clear. I've never been on a real date here in East Africa where I meet a girl, wine her and dine her, pay for everything. Have never done that. Kind of dates I do are free dates. We'll meet at the beach, go on a walk, sit in the grass, go to a garden, something like that. I never spend money on women.
So that's interesting, right? The guy freely admits that he never pays for dates. This is the white man in Africa, okay? Now, you understand that a lot of black men in Africa complain about the fact that African women just want them for money, or black women want them for money. If you don't have no money, don't talk to me. But when the white guy shows up, he has access to all the women that he would like without spending any money. I mean, we just heard it. He says he doesn't spend any money, and I can honestly believe that he doesn't spend any money. But then he wants to give a warning to Western people about dating, but most notably dating African women. And he's going to talk about a horror story about this African lady that he knows who is engaged to a German man. But boy, is this brutal. Check out this clip.
If we're talking about African women, trust me, if she's talking to you, dude, she's talking to other guys too, other guys in Europe, America, Australia, wherever. And she's vetting to see which guy is going to give her the best opportunity, which guy is going to get the most emotionally invested online without having met her. And that's it. And she's going to choose the guy that is going to give her the most time online. And you don't know what she's doing over here in Africa. You don't know what she's doing. I hate to tell this story, but it's kind of the reality. So there's a girl in my village, very attractive, old, and she has a fiance in Germany, and he's going to come here, I think, in the next couple months. He's already processing her visa to come over to Germany, and they're going to get married. They talk every day on the phone. You know, they do the video calls, voice calls. And I'm clapping those cheeks so hard, bro. Like, if you just knew what your fiance was doing with me. Damn! If you just, if you, and this is so bad, but if you just knew the she is being while she's professing her love to you and looking forward to a life with you and to be your loyal wife. And I kind of don't doubt that once you guys are together, I don't doubt that she's going to be loyal to you. I think she will be a good wife, actually, once you're together. But that's what's going on. And, you know, I just met this girl. I was walking home one night down one of these dark dirt roads. I saw that amazing booty, and I just chatted her up, and we ended up going to we ended up kind of moving out of the footpath, and we made out for a little bit. And yeah, it was like the next time we met, we hooked up.
Well, first of all, what he's trying to insinuate is that a lot of ladies that he's coming across that want white men are not genuine in wanting white men. That's what he's pretty much saying. And living over on the continent, and I think there's probably true almost everywhere. Yeah, you know, this does seem to be the case in most third world countries, not just in Africa. But he's talking about how the lady is about to marry this other guy from Germany, and he's clapping the cheeks every day. Booty clapping sounds. He's like, yo, man, I'm clapping those cheeks so hard. You know, I saw her. She had a fat booty, met her walking down the street, and within the second time, I'm hitting it. But, you know, she's sitting there acting like she loves this white guy. And it's interesting because there'd be so many ladies who want to date a white man on the continent. And what this guy was telling white men, in his honest opinion, listen, bro, they don't love you. They don't care about you. You know, they're just trying to get you for your money, and that's it. Which I'm not saying it's always true, but it could be some truth to it. You know, he did talk about the fact that, listen, a lot of these ladies are looking for a good opportunity. They're looking for somebody to upgrade their life. And again, this is why a lot of white men who are woke, and if they're smart, they're going to be like, listen, let me get somebody from my culture. And I think that's what you typically see. I don't feel like white men don't find black women attractive, but I'll tell you why so many white men, in my honest opinion, don't marry or date black women. And that is because they don't really understand what's going on there. That's for the reason, right? They sort of know that, hey, I might be at a disadvantage culturally. So, you know, it might be easier for me to date somebody that's Asian or date somebody that is in the community and things like that. And they can trust it more. You know, I think that's pretty much probably what it is. A lot of white men maybe don't trust the fact that their relationships with black women can be like you could be with white women or whoever else. Not saying that they all the way don't, but if this white guy is feeling like this, I mean, it got to be others. There was a blog that I used to read, and it was by some guys that visit Africa. And I read that blog when I first came to Kampala. I forgot what it's called, but it had like all these cities about what you could expect. And this is not stereotyping, you know, anything like that. But to be honest, a lot of that, when I came to these cities, it was kind of on point. You know, it's very few people that really deal with you and like you like that. And again, at the same time, you know, these white men are people too. They're looking at value for their money and for their time. And what this guy is saying that, you know, if you meet them on person, you don't know who the girl's talking to. You don't know what she's doing. And this guy don't even know. I'm clapping her cheeks every night, and he's about to spend all that money on her. It's sad, but it's true. Now, again, for these ladies out here talking about, you know, we're going to leave you for white zaddy. Here's my concern. What if white zaddy don't trust you? Can't get up. He can't marry you if he don't trust you, right? And that's something that a lot of folks don't understand. A man cannot truly marry a woman that he does not trust. whether he don't trust cultural differences or something like that. And that's what I'm saying. A lot of these ladies talking about they're gonna go to White Zaddy, and then White Zaddy's gonna just be silly and spend all his money on them. But they haven't even thought about, what does White Zaddy need in a lady? What is he looking for? Like so many people with the Pan-African dating show that I operate, it's never been anybody that's white on the show, I don't think, right? But you will still get ladies talking about I want a white man. And I'm like, but you've never seen a white man on my show or a white woman. And you're just looking at a person because they have money or they have a different green card or they have, access to citizenship. But, do you care about that person? And I think that when a lot of black women look at white men, is it that you want a white man or do you really care about him and he happens to be white? Or are you looking at an opportunity? Guys, what do you think? It's your boy, O'Shea Duke Jackson, back at it again with another episode.
Oh, that's O'Shea. Yeah, I don't even know who these guys are like that. So in my head, in my brain, and that was Dane Calloway speaking. But okay, O'Shea. That video was kind of interesting and not a good way. It sounded like he was trying to kind of like he was speaking to white men in a cautionary tone. It's weird. But let me start with the person who this is a favorite topic. Let me start with Oni. Oni, what say you to divestors in Africa? It seems to be the case that this is not just an American problem. What are your thoughts?
Passport bros, we up now. Wait, hold on a second. I didn't know that was O'Shea until he said at the end. That isn't he like one of those old school passport bros? But as far as what that white boy was saying, I know exactly what the white boy was saying. I know exactly what the white boy was saying. The white boy was not saying he's not spending money. He's saying he's not doing traditional dating. You don't have to. In Africa, you didn't have to do the whole wine and dine thing. Because the women want. Like, unfortunately, the women more or less, or most women, or not most women, but a lot of women would prefer direct cash. So in America, you don't do that direct cash stuff. You say, look, I'll buy you food, I'll pay for your Uber, I'll do, you do indirect cash. But the women in Africa are just like, I'd rather direct cash. So you don't have to, like you said, you could go to the beach and then that's it. But as far as, look, white people have divested that. White people have been the passport dudes. I'm not gonna say bros, but they've been the passport dudes. Like legit. Like white men and white women have been on that, And in fact, I remember the first time I talked about it, Koku was like, that's what white people do. You know what I'm saying? like we all know white people, like, I don't know, but like, yeah, white people, and the thing is this too, that white people not just been doing that, they're not just doing it on passport. White people been like, unfortunately, that guy, they've been that guy where they've been getting black women, even when black women were in chains, and obviously that was less voluntarily on the black woman's part. Well, that's what we say, right? But realistically, yeah, even after that, I think Coco pointed out the other day that Loving versus Virginia was a black woman trying to get with a white man. But like, I don't think it ever was just an American problem, because we know, based off of, especially in America, we know how the complexion ranges in America. But again, like, it's just common, like, it's common sense at this point. What he was saying about better opportunity, women are looking for a good opportunity. And women are not, some women are going to be choosy and political, but most women, or not even, I'm going to say most women, but some women aren't. And it's just like when it comes to like you looking for a job, right? You send your resume out to multiple corporations. Don't matter if that corporation had a history in this or a history in that. You looking for an opportunity to live a life, have a living standard that you want. Black women sitting around in a village. If you ever been to a village, you know damn well there's no economic mobility for women. The only economic mobility most women are going to have is her marrying somebody outside of the community. And if that's somebody outside the community, see, this is why we as black men got to go to Africa more often, because these women, a lot of women are looking to either marry, well, first off, they're probably going to marry somebody in their community. Real talk. Like 99%. Well, not 99, but, real talk. But the women who are looking for economic mobility are going to try to see an opportunity in anybody who comes in front of them. Right? Anybody who arrives, anybody who checks out that booty, and all the other men are not looking for them. So if this white man's walking around the villages, of course, a woman's going to say, well, she could be that Garveyite somehow and be like, nah, I don't mess with no white boys. And there's a lot of them that might be like that. But the reality is, if you sitting around, you want economic mobility, you want to eat every day, you want to eat a 3-course meal every day, matter of fact, right? If you want to live that life, you got to see the next man coming. So I'll tell you, when I was in Africa, please, I'll tell you, this one woman, she looked like Lupita, but thick. And I mean, Lupita's already thick, but this woman looked like Lupita with a body, matter of fact, right? And Lupita already has a body. So I'm saying she looked like Lupita with a body, right? So anyway, my point is this. This woman standing outside the mall, she said, hey, what's up? Hollers at me. I didn't get the digits. And yeah, we meet up. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, of course, you might be like, well, she just wants your money, blah, blah. Yeah, anybody who's sane wants money from somebody else. That's how you get money. You only get money from somebody else. Unless you printed it, you only get it from somebody else. So yeah, I mean, look, I don't like a white boy doing this, but he's trying to tell you, peep game, go to Africa, get you one of the best women on the fucking planet. You understand? And I know he said, oh, well, she's talking to the other guy. Of course she is. You ain't married her yet. One of these women I was talking to, I'll finish with this. One of these women I was talking to, no, I wasn't talking to. She was like, she looked good. So I was like, what about you and I? She's like, no, I got this husband. I got this, fiance in America, right? Fast forward, I tell her, hey, you ever go to America? No, we broke up. So you could easily have a fiance. You could easily, but until he puts a ring on it, until he's with you, until he really truly invests in you, you got to entertain your options. Because anybody could call it off. That's all I'm going to say.
Thanks for that, Oni. I will say this. That last part you said sounds like the stuff that women talk about. Listen, man. I hear the white boy, and it's one of the things I never liked about the passport bros type thing, because it's that bragging thing of how easy it is wherever they go. But he's talking about something. He mentioned something, and you just added to it, of the woman has a man already, but she's not being faithful to the dude. And that's a problem too. And I'm not even finding that problematic on some moral level or anything. I just find that problematic just socially in our communities. Like, you can't even trust your woman. If I leave from here, from stateside, or if I leave from Nassau and I go somewhere, that means I can't even trust my woman, right? That means I can't even trust my woman to be true, to be faithful, to be focused, right? That stuff is problematic to me too. All that is problematic to me too. Black Seal, what say you to this?
So this is an example of what is called racial hypergamy, right? So shout out to Brother Green Gorilla. He's a doctor, Dr. G with a PhD. Hypergamy is a term meaning the action of marrying or forming a sexual relationship with a person of superior sociological, educational background. So we have to understand we're in a system of a global white domination, in which white people have dominated the world and subjected the world to their ideologies. So unfortunately, many African people, not just African, but many people who have been subjugated under white domination have internalized the ideologies of that domination. So when you see a situation like this, where you have these black women who put white men on a pedestal, it's not just because that they have more money. It's simply because of their whiteness. Because their whiteness is that trump card. You could put a black man with the same level of education, the same level of finance, and they're going to pick that white dude every time. Because in their mind, whiteness carries a certain standard, a certain boost, so to speak, if you would. So I'll give you an example. Um, I'm an avowed comic book nerd. Sometimes me and my son we go to the comic book convention. Every sister you see in there is with some nerdy white boy. Every one of them. Are there any black people who don't like comic books? No, of course not. But these these women are with white men. You'd be hard pressed to see a black man and a black woman together. Another example: the highest rate of interracial marriage in the United States comes from Asian women, right? But Asian men are the highest earning men by far. So even though Asian men earn more money than the white men on average, Asian women marry outside their race more than any group because it's not about the money; it's about the social status that whiteness brings. So we really, we talk about how back in the day they did the doll test with the black children, showing how black children internalized negative views about black people, and then they pass some views onto themselves. But we never really looked at how this ideas really affect our mating and dating choices, especially when it comes to black women. So many of them, they see this whiteness, they see these white men being able to have money and go places. A black man could have the same level, but again, it's that whiteness that carries with it something. Um, I think that we really don't give this the attention that it deserves because they like to pass. Oh, he has money, or the white man treats us better. No, 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 no. There's plenty of women coming up missing. They find a skeleton somewhere in the desert because she's been dealing with white men. So it's not just about them having more resources, and they have more resources as a result of their psychosis. They're the way they dominate, murder, rape, pillage across the planet. White people don't have money because they're just astute businessmen, but because they're psychopaths and they were able to pillage the world. Um, but that's how it's just an example of racial hypergamy, and it's not an American problem because white global domination is not an American problem. So especially these women who don't grow up or live around white people, they see the images of white people on TV and through you know propaganda and everything that's showing, oh, these white men, they treat their women so wonderfully. They live in these beautiful houses, and I don't see these black men doing it. And they're not really concerned as to why it's like that. So they desire to have access and status to the spoils of white supremacy that white supremacy brings in this system. So that's why. So I'm not surprised. These white men can go overseas and you know have their way with women of all different cultures because they have that whiteness card. That whiteness. Until we really challenge these ideas, you're going to see this. And it's not a majority. It's probably a small fraction. I think most black women are end up with black men and vice versa. But I do think we understand it from a psychological standpoint. It makes sense because all women desire to be with that higher status male. But when you add in the racial element, it makes it more understandable. And that one girl who was talking about all black men are dusty, that lady is mentally ill. So she said it her. I've seen O'Shea before. She's admitted she deals with bipolar disorder. That lady is batshit crazy. Um, I feel that her supporters, instead of hyping her up, get that lady some help because she's gonna kill herself one day. But I'll go ahead and I'll leave it there. Thanks, Coco.
Appreciate that, Black Steel. Let me read a couple of comments. Bakari's out in the chat. He said, them white folks tricking just black men that go overseas. Them white folks tricking, I guess, just like black men that go overseas. Let me go through some comments before I get to Buana. Just hang tight for me. Jose said he's of a Nigerian hip-hop housewives show, but the husbands were old, rich white men. KW Don 7, shout out to KW Don 7. He says, my idea of black female race loyalty has changed due to social media in the last couple years. Black women are race loyal due to lack of options. When I said that a couple months ago, folks thought I was lying on black women. But
Yeah, I said that too. I remember people was coming for me. I said that too, and that's totally true.
Yep. Yeah, it was me and you who said it. Jose said he was sick. Oni says in the chat, the white boy spends his money. Trigger Happy 262 Plus says a white man in Kenya went to Africa with AIDS and slept with many women, and another white man from France was running through like 5 West African countries. All those women are pregnant, I think. I guess that's all the comment. No, I'm lying. Jose said, this is a good point here. Jose said, what's going on? A, everything depends on how you conduct yourself. B, go to Muslim countries / avoid Christian African women. I think Oni actually agreed with that. Jose said that those women only African conferences always have a handful of white husbands dragged along. It's a badge of honor. I mean, it's a badge of horror. I mean, honor. Oni in the chat said, yeah, the woman I'm wifing is Muslim. Say what you will, the Muslim women, just like in America, usually have a better conduct and sense of family than the Christian women. Marcus Garvey is the way showed up in the chat saying good night. Hopefully she'll join us tonight as well. So I appreciate you all for being here tonight. Buana, you heard everything everyone else had to say. What say you?
The first thing I would say is be very careful where you get your sources of information from. And the reason why I say that is I believe Mr. Jackson, Mr. O'Shea Jackson, he labels himself as a Pan-African. But really, when you go beneath the covers, I put him in the category of a field squad. These guys are FDA people, and FDA people are white nationalists and blackface. And the question I would have for O'Shea is, why are you concerned about this white person being taken advantage of financially, this white man being taken advantage of financially by a black female? If she find a space to get food, let her. You know what I mean? She trying to take advantage of the situation. Why are you so concerned about him being taken advantage of financially? Are you speaking for him? Why are you so worried about his wallet? I don't know. You know, another thing too is when he says what he says, he tries to impugn the character of African women because they're in a financially fragile situation. So they're gonna reach out to anyone, not just white men, not just a Chinese man go in a economically deprived area, and the women will reach out towards him. A black man with means going to economically deprived area, they would reach out to him. But he flips it and he makes it seem like, oh, it's just African women jumping all over white men. Black African women jumping all over white men. Let me tell you something, Mr. Jackson. I live in a country called the Caribbean. I live in the Bahamas. And in the Bahamas, we have millions of white American women and men come here every year. And let me tell you something. It ain't just the men who going looking for females. It's also many women, many white women from where you live coming to these countries to get slutted out by the local population here. And I'm gonna tell you something too. A lot of their husbands' money, like this guy here who talking right now, his wife will send hundreds of thousands of dollars to the Caribbean to make sure these what you all call industrials live good in the Caribbean. And it happens year after. They spend millions of dollars. Many of these women, you want to talk about the divested? White women divest all the time. All they want is a black child these days. They run to the Caribbean to get slutted out by some guy on the side of the road and shit like that who no one pays attention to in the Caribbean all the time. All the time. He'll be living in high rises. And some of these people are the top people in your countries. They're lawyers, they doctors, they medical professions, they scientists. All of these white women come here to the Caribbean and get flooded out, and they send millions of dollars to the Caribbean to take care of these so-called dusties. What do you say to that? If you're talking about divesting, it works both ways. Why you seek to demean black women, but you don't seek to demean the white women in your country? Because they do it all the time. So should we be careful? Should black men be careful of white women coming here to exploit them sexually, to take their seed back to the United States, to say, well, this is my black baby? I think that sometimes we perceive things through certain spectacles, but we really don't see perceive things through spectacles of our own glasses. I mean, you so concerned about this man's wallet, can be concerned about your own wallet and your own people, because that works in reverse. Women do it. White women have been doing it all the time, and not only white women. I could go further. I just can stop there. When you are impugning the character of black women, and particularly on the continent, impugn the character of the women from your own country, white women from your own country too, brother. Don't just stop at the black women, because this whole third will-ism that you're all pushing, as if people from other cultures, unlike your own, are different, which is code word for lesser. I'm saying y'all are engaged in the same kinds. Y'all women in y'all culture are engaged in the same kinds of behavior as well. What do you say to that? Because your white men in your society are divesting too, away from their white men. No discussion on that. But I'll leave it there, man. I'll leave it there.
That's a very good point, Juana.
Go ahead, Black Steel. Go ahead.
That's a very good point. So in the United States, especially in the Western world, we see these declining birth rates amongst European nations, birth rates that are below replacement level. So this idea of divestment, it doesn't just include Black people. White women are also divesting from white men, which is part of the reason why they've passed so many of these anti-abortion laws, because white women are not giving birth to enough white children to keep the birth rate up. And many of these white women have not so much, many of the complaints they have about their white men, about how they treat them. And that's another thing about divestment. We don't hear what the white woman saying. These white women raised these white men and grew up with these white men as their brothers or their sons, and the treatment they receive from these white men. They don't really talk about that. But I think it's very important that we understand that these white women are divesting their damn self because they don't want to be involved with black men. It's not just a black person problem. It's really an issue, but they're divesting for different reasons. White women fought to have access to the spoils of empire that they stole from the rest of the world. And now, for some reason, they want to be exempt from the consequences. But I just think it's interesting that you brought that up, because it's not a idea of not just black men not stepping up. Again, Asian men make more money than white men do, but yet Asian women marry outside their race higher than anybody. So again, it's not but what the men are doing, it's what the women perceive to be the men of higher status. Black people aren't exempt from that.
Let's welcome in. Thank you for that, Black Steel. Let's welcome in Brother Bakari this week. Brother Bakari, how are you? Unmute your mic, brother.
Yeah, I do.
Bakari, what's up?
Oh, what's up? Hey, look. Thank you for letting me speak. I ain't gonna be on here long. What's going on, my man? Hey, look. I know y'all probably ain't gonna like what I say, and that's all right. But the same men that people on the panel say they can't do nothing with, they can out-thank you, don't care what you do, they gonna whoop your ass. But then we look out to project and wonder why. I don't agree with black women dating those men, but goddamn, don't you think that maybe black men need to start seeing themselves different as well, talking what we can do instead of always talking about what we can't? See, my thing is, one of my sayings, powerful people do, powerless people complain. Powerful do, the powerless complain. And the people who ain't searching for power, looking for the weakest of their so we done found the opposite sex, the black woman, is saying the black woman is at fault. Ain't no race loyalty amongst the black woman. Is it any race loyalty amongst the black men? When we always talk about what we can't do when it comes to the white man. So if a black man kneeling to that same damn cracker, what make you think your woman ain't gonna kneel to her? I'm just saying, it might not make sense to y'all, but it makes sense to me. The same cracker that the black men fucking kneel to, pardon my French, is the same cracker that the black woman kneeling to. But we want to look and point finger instead of saying, maybe we need to do something different. Maybe we do need to think of a scenario where we can win. But how? Well, though they outthink us. Well, you know they cheat, they don't play fair. Okay, well, the world ain't fair. Well, they gonna do this to us and they gonna do that to you. So when your woman constantly hear you saying that, when your woman constantly hear you saying that, why would that woman want to be with that man? I'm just saying. When you scared of another man, if you can't do nothing with that man, she can't do nothing with that man. So I don't agree with them. I don't agree with a black woman dating nobody but a black man. But if the black man can't do nothing with it, if the black man can't do nothing with it, she can't do nothing with it. So her next objection, so the next thing for her to do is, just like when the lion come take over the damn pride. Damn, they just ran off our man. So the only thing I'm gonna do is give him some coochie so I can live. I'm just saying, that's just how I see it. And I know my thoughts on that don't set the same as other folks. But I'm just saying, because it seems like every week we looking for a reason to point the finger at the black woman to say what they're doing, but don't want to look in the mirror and say what we're doing or what we are not doing.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. Two things. 2024 is gonna be a different scenario with these projects that I do. Let me just put that out there first. Second, I made this statement a couple weeks ago about how in consciousness it seems like black men really hate other black men. Listen, man, the gains, whatever gains we've gotten, as little as some might want to view it, black men were heavily responsible for that stuff, man. MLK got his brains blown out, man. Malcolm X got his brains blown out, and countless others, right? Men who were killed trying to do something. My take on it is this. We ain't the only ones who are underneath this white boy's knee right now. We're not the only ones. Others are allowed a pass from them to be able to operate. And if you look at some of these other groups of men who are completely, like the Native American man is completely fucked up. Alcoholic, all this kind of stuff. It's a wonder more black men aren't strung out on drugs. Black people aren't just strung out on drugs and fucked up. Right? But we fight. We still fight. Even those of us here are doing our parts to push back, to figure out how we can get to power. My thing is, if any of your men as a race is pushing back, then the race's women should support them. This idea that because we haven't figured out how to get this motherfucker off our neck, that our women could be complete fucking sellouts, right, is not a cool thing, man. Like, what are you all? Like, I grew up learning that women are the first teachers, mothers, and what are the first teachers? What are you teaching these black youths who are coming up? What part are you playing in this thing? So while I have to fight against this man, I have to worry about you might be fucking him too. Come on, man. We've had this problem since the day Carlos Cooks talked about this stuff from like 100 years ago. Like, what is this shit, man? I'm not saying that black men are completely righteous. No, fucked up too. And the problem of it is, when you have the few conscious men out here who are trying to develop something, trying to create something, trying to push forward, you can't even do that as a conscious person with the peace of mind that your woman is fully in, that your women are fully in support of you. We just talked about it the other day, and every time we talk about these things, and it's not picking on black women, by the way, it's shaming certain behaviors. Is black men have to be shamed too? The black men who pouring out bottles in the club, we talked about that before, that has to be shamed too. Black men who sleep with white women, that has to be shamed too. Black women sleep, that has to be shamed too. And also, there's the history of what these white men have done to black women throughout slavery and colonization. You guys forgot about that shit? Y'all forgot about when the mobs used to pull y'all out and cut the babies out, y'all, and let the baby fall to the ground and stomp them out. Y'all forgot about that shit? Y'all forgot about that shit? So that's all I'm saying when it comes to this topic. Like, we could talk about the black woman is God. I have no problems with that. But when you ain't doing the God-like shit, you gonna get shamed for that. You gonna get shamed for it. I don't give a fuck who don't like it either. You gonna get shamed for that shit. It's enough with this now. It's enough with this now. You talk to men in country. I used to be around this organization a couple of years ago. And it's one of the saddest things I think back on that. You look at the black men who will come and participate in those organizations, can't even meet a conscious black woman in those organizations or wherever. A bunch of sad-ass men who are thinking about the future of their people, but they cannot even get a girlfriend or a spouse or whatever out of those situations. Come on, man. What are we doing out here? So shame is a good thing. We will shame men, we will shame women too. And you know who else will get some shame too? Some of our children get shamed too. You know why? All hands on fucking deck now. All hands on deck. How you will sit up and this white boy could brag about how hard he clapping your cheeks when you supposedly have a man somewhere? What the fuck is that? And some of y'all too sensitive about this shit too. Shame is fine. It's a good thing. I grew up in a place where shame was a standard. Buana's in the place right now. When I was growing up home, shame was a good thing. It kept some shit in check. You understand? And this idea that because black men haven't solved the problem, that the women mustn't have no loyalty. Well, what the fuck then are we supposed to do? How are we supposed to solve the problem when when the women that we admire, the women that we supposed to trust more than anyone else, we can't even trust these motherfuckers? We got to bring back shame. And it's just as simple as that. So expect more of it in 2024. I don't care who don't like this shit.
So we're going to do shame.
Koku, hold on, Bakari. Hold on, Koku.
Wait a minute. It ain't hold on.
Hold on. Could you finish? Hold on.
I'm going to get off the panel. I'm going to say this and get off.
Please, thank God.
You know how many black men, it was black men that tried to check me for me telling that white police I'll shoot him in his fucking eyes for cussing my daughter out. It was black men. One of them on the panel now. It was black men. It was black women that stood with me when I went to check that white boy. It was black men talking about your daughter gonna need you. Just they can treat your children like shit. It was the black men that was scared. It wasn't the black women. It was the fucking black men. So my point is, I don't agree with no black woman dating no white man. My point that I made was the same people that the black men kneel to say they can't do nothing with. Even in a hypothetical scenario, they thought of every way what white people just gonna whoop your ass and what the white man is gonna do. If the black woman hear the black man talking like that, what is she supposed to do? I don't agree with her dating no white man, but when are we gonna check black men for like, damn, we can't even think of a way, no situation where we can win?
You know, Bakari, glad you brought that up.
So
I think
before you start, can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so listen, that great white man Karl Marx said that shame was a revolutionary emotion, right? So it's a form of anger turned inwards, and that it can affect real change. So shame is very important in affecting change in a society because you have to feel like you did something. I'm joking, but anyways, I just wanted to say before you start. Yeah, this whole idea, black people have always challenged. We've actually been some of the only ones to really challenge the system of white global domination. Because truth be told, most other groups have tried to navigate and be accepted within white domination. We have been the only ones who even fought to end slavery, who fought to liberate not just ourselves, but other people as well. So again, I'm not going to sit up here and give these divestors, these psychopathic broads, any type of mercy. It doesn't matter because again, whiteness is the standard. If black people were to liberate themselves tomorrow, they're still going to find some white man's nuts to hug up under because they want to be white. Period.
I want to say something. Can I say something? I'm like, I'm holding my hand up. Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. So there was a brother who shot 5 police officers in Texas, right? Shot 5 police officers, and he ended up dying because he went to find it out with the police department because of the past crimes committed against his people. That was his justification for going arm to arm with the police officers. And there was another, I forget his name now. Koku knows what his name is, only probably would know what his name is. There was another black guy, Cosmo something. I think he was in Louisiana or another state. Gavin something, I can't remember. He went and he shot like a few police officers and ended up dying in that altercation, right? Because he felt aggrieved in terms of someone who the policeman who had killed a young black person, unarmed young black person. He felt aggrieved by it, and he killed several different police officers. So these young men are dead. Okay, so I'm asking that same community who is calling for justice in that way, do they contribute to the families of the men who would have given up their lives for some justice that they wanted to mete out against the police department? Do they continuously give? If they had children, do they contribute to the children? Do they contribute to the family when their mothers get older? Do they ensure that the old women are eating food and are taken care of properly? Because the young men are dead now. So that same community who is calling for justice and armed struggle or whatever, do they contribute to the families who have to be left behind? Because the brothers call it fair. I am asking, will they get and receive the support after you go through the so-called armed struggle? After you go through to the armed struggle, are the families, are the kids, are the children are going to receive the support from the community after you do what you feel that is needed to be done? And even when you do that, are the people going to follow you in the pursuit of this justice in terms of armed struggle? I don't know. I don't know. But here's what I have done. I may not necessarily go with the. I understand the position where you want to respect black women and things of that nature or whatever. But I want to. I am an adult, and as an adult, I am a responsible person. And a woman is not a child. A woman went through the processes of childhood, and then they turn into adult. Just as I am to be held into account of my personal decisions and actions as an adult person, I expect a woman to be held into account for her adult actions. If I consider them to be ridiculous, if I come to her whether privately or publicly and want to critique and we could have a discussion on it. I'm not lambasting her. I figure some of the things that female is doing is wrong, and I should have the ability to do that. In the same vein, I would do that to a male person too, if I consider them their actions to be wrong. How in like I say, man, I don't like to get into a war or back and forth. I think there is another way. If there is another way, why not try another way before you push the button on life? Because life is final, and do it in a way where even after you don't do it, there are things that need to be done in the end, at the end of the day, at the back end of the day. Certain things need to be sorted out. You have to. I don't know. I just look at the picture a little bit differently. People could call it. You could call it fair all you want to. You gotta really know. Call it whatever you want to call it. I ain't worried about it. I just see it a different way. But I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there.
Yeah, just to be clear, um, there's such a thing called tough love, man. And you can love and exalt black women. I know I do. But that doesn't make you exempt. And one of the problems I'm seeing in the conscious circles is that black women are largely left exempt from any responsibilities in this situation we're in. The white man didn't just conquer folks by themselves. Their woman played a part in that too. She was the fucker who was teaching the babies how to become conquerors too. When are our women going to sit down and teach our babies, right? While we try to figure out how to fucking get this shit up off of us. When is our counterpart, our woman, going to sit down and say, you know what, this what we going to do over. Y'all figure that shit out. In the meantime, this what we going to do here to get this right. As opposed to thinking, you know what, since y'all can't figure out that white man, since y'all can't beat them, I go join them. Come on, man. Come on, man. We can't let that slide. We can't let that slide. All because we trying to battle it out, and because we ain't win it, because we ain't won, because we ain't turned the tables, y'all could go do whatever. Nah. In fact, I find that to be weak. I find that to be weak to even think or suggest that type of shit. Nah. We're not doing that. We don't call that out. We have a job to do. A lot of us as men have fumbled, which makes it harder on the very few of us who can call ourselves, I guess you could call ourselves conscious. That's a fact. That's a fact. A lot of us have fumbled. But you know something too? And I thought about it. I thought about it this week, man. On a real serious one, I'm not blaming women in this regard, but I'll say this. A lot of the dusty behaviors of men out here, black men, if they had a problem laying up with black women while being dusty, in other words, if black women had put their foot down and say, you know what, man, you can't come around me talking about you running down ops all day. And that low vibrational behavior a lot of black men have. You can't come around me with that. If you don't come around, you have to come around me talking that you're a part of an organization, you're doing this, that, and the other. Trust me, we'll fix this problem sooner rather than later. Does anyone have any last thoughts on this prompt?
Okay. I was going to say, I think that, well, I want to say one thing is that I think that a lot of what we're talking about seems to apply to American women, but this guy was talking about women in Africa. So I don't really know if that same, if like the men are weak there or something. But I can say this though, that I just saw this video, Thailand, like some Chinese person was putting up this video of how the Thailand women dance versus how the Chinese women dance. And the Thailand women are dancing the Chinese women are dancing like Chinese women, right? And the Thailand women are dancing like, twerking and shit. You know what I mean? And then I'm also reminded of the Philippines, which was like where once upon a time people heard about like passport shit, way back. We heard about, Bangkok, that kind of stuff. Why I'm saying this is to say that it's a global phenomenon, whether we like it or not. I don't necessarily want to. I don't want to go into the narrative of blaming black men. And I don't want to get in the narrative of blaming black women. Right? It's unfortunately, and I'll put it this way. In fact, unfortunately, when two people, let's say everybody's a human, let's just pretend, right? But when two people are in proximity, they might develop an attraction for each other, right? Now, if you are equipped with an ideology, you might not, right? And one of the things you got to give white people props for is that they were equipped with a really strong ideology where they really just hate black folk, or they outwardly hate black folk or hate empowering black folk. They will, they sleep with black people, and they do, but they will not, they'll try to avoid enriching them, right? And unfortunately for us, a lot of us really do believe in enriching white folk, and that's really like, one of the problems. But what I'm saying is, yeah, this is a global phenomenon. I don't think it's limited to us, and I think that but I would say that the way that we would solve it really is if we as a people, and unfortunately, this would be the men, obviously, but we as a people got together and built some real strong communities. Now, you're not going to fix the unfaithful woman problem because, unfortunately, uh, it depends on, again, like, you have to have a good ideology, but most people are not going to be faithful. Most people are looking for, day-to-day living. A lot of people are not necessarily, like for some reason, like Muslim people have that consciousness where they try to actually be faithful. The women try to be faithful, but beyond that, what I'm saying is that we as a people have to really build up communities, and of course come around with a solid ideology. So for my part, what I do is obviously write, and I'm trying to write on, solid ideology. But outside of that, yeah, you got to go into a community and you got to build. And if you're not doing that, you're not doing that. And your people are going to suffer for it. That's it.
Appreciate that. In the chat, KW7 said we have not examined the psychological impact that the white hegemonic system has done to the minds of black women. That's a good point. Instead, what we do is I don't mind it to a certain extent, but instead we beat up on the men because we haven't figured out this shit that even Bakari admitted to when he was talking about, like, the wealth disparity. These guys are hundreds of years ahead of you. So the fix ain't gonna be simple. And because it ain't gonna be a simple fix, we don't need the added distraction that our women are just gonna say, hey, well, fuck them. Let me go lay up under the white man.
I want to make a statement.
1 second. Trigger 262 says, yeah, we have fallen from grace. Many historical accounts mention that we were definitely not attracted to white folks, so we can get back to that. He says proximity and ideology would pretty much make it clear that Africans in America swirl more. Buana, go ahead.
Yeah, so Afro-Native made a statement in terms of colonial tourism in the Caribbean countries. That is a fact. Colonial tourism exists. And he made a reference to a movie, Rent a Rasta, where Rastafarians were dating a bunch of tourists coming from the island. The funny thing about that is how we perceive exploitation, because we only perceive exploitation in one way. They don't say that that they say that the tourist is exploiting the local population, but they don't stop to think that maybe the local population is exploiting the white women tourists who come in to have relationships with them. Exploitation happens both ways, not just one way. But how we perceive things is like we are always on a defensive. It's like the brothers them can't never collude, they can't never agree, they can't never form their own offense in trying to manipulate the situation where it turns out financially in their favor. It's only exploitation, exploitation, exploitation from one way. But that it don't always work that way. I already know many brothers down here who exploit women all the time for their financial resources and move on to the next, and the next, and the next. And by the end of it, some of them end up being millionaires. exploitation happens two ways, not just one way. But just consider that in the conversations when you have them, But I'll just leave it there. I'll leave it there.
My only issue with that is the imagery comes across like there's these renter dreads in the Caribbean who just loving up on white women, and then guys, I saw that renter dread film too. You see some youth who come on board too, trying to get in on the game too. My only thing is about the looks of that. It doesn't look good.
No, I Koku, I understand. I understand what you're saying, but just consider when Columbus them came here, what they did was the same exploitation, but the difference is the storyteller. The storyteller has him as an explorer, as an adventurer, someone to bring civilization. When in fact, the how the local population look at it, they look at it completely different. So it's just really based on who telling the story, who is telling the story, and the story. When people tell the story, people are going to see it in a particular way. So I say we must tell our own stories. We must tell our own story. This is the importance of social media, because social media has the regular person, the rank and file person, the person on the ground telling a different narrative from the so-called other narratives that's being wielded. But it's ugly. I understand. Nobody want to. It's a sex trade, and nobody want to see that or perceive that as a moral thing. But I'm saying how civilizations are built, formed, and created ain't always in a lovely way. I'm just saying. I'm gonna just put that out there. But I'll leave it there.
All right, we'll leave that one there for now. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 for time's sake too. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 says another African whiz kid, a scam, a thief, or a hacker. This might be interesting. This takes us to Twitter, it seems. So on Twitter, African Stream tweets this out. He says, Africa's whiz kid inventor. He says, meet the amazing teenager from Malawi whose clever inventions are transforming his community. He's only 17 years old, but has found a way to give everybody free internet, has built his own radio, and is now looking to harness solar power. This comes with just over a minute-long video. We'll watch it, and then we'll discuss it.
Let's talk about the Malawian whiz kid whose inventions have transformed his community. Earlier this year, 17-year-old Stuart Nankumwa built a Wi-Fi device that connects to the internet without the need to pay for data. His device operates on a mesh network, thus allowing for wider coverage at no cost. And that's not all. Nankumwa's passion for technology also propelled him to develop a radio that covers a radius of 6 kilometers. And it doesn't even stop there. He also plans to produce a solar-powered generation device that'll provide clean, renewable energy to communities in need. Nankumwa's remarkable achievements have not gone unnoticed, even earning him a scholarship from a top Malawian university. Sadly, however, his exceptional talent has also drawn the wrong kind of attention. He's been attacked by armed men who've demanded to know how he built the Wi-Fi device. Nonetheless, he's decided to stay committed to using his skills to make a difference. Ultimately, Nankumwa's inventions have not only showcased his brilliance and determination, but also opened doors for countless individuals in his community and beyond. Innovation knows no boundaries, and young creative minds like Stuart Nankumwa truly have the power to drive positive change.
I didn't check before. Let me see if this was a thread or not. No, it doesn't seem like it was a thread.
Let's talk about the Malawian whiz kid whose inventions have transformed his community. Earlier this year, 17-year-old Stuart Nankumwa built a Wi-Fi device that connects to the internet without the need to pay for data. His device operates on a mesh network, thus allowing for wider coverage at no cost. And that's not all. Nankumwa's passion for technology also propelled him to develop a radio that covers a radius of 6 kilometers. And it doesn't even stop there. He also plans to produce a solar-powered generation device that'll provide clean, renewable valuable energy to communities in need. Nankumwa's remarkable achievements have not gone unnoticed, even earning him a scholarship from a top Malawian university. Sadly, however, his exceptional talent has also drawn the wrong kind of attention. He's been attacked by armed men who've demanded to know how he built the Wi-Fi device. Nonetheless, he's decided to stay committed to using his skills to make a difference. Ultimately, Nankumwa's inventions have not only showcased his brilliance and determination, but also opened doors for countless individuals in his community and beyond. Innovation knows no boundaries, and young creative minds like Nankumwa truly have the power to drive positive change.
So should bring topic number 2 asks, another African whiz kid, a scam, a thief, or a hacker. And I didn't pick up anything nefarious here, but let me see what the panelists think. First, let me introduce my boy Anthony McPhail. Anthony, how are you this week?
Hey, how you doing, brother? I'm doing fine.
Yeah,
how's everybody doing on the panel, man?
Good.
How you doing, Anthony? We good, Anthony, man. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing great, man.
Good, yeah. Good to see Anthony always. Let's start it off with, let me start off with Black Steel this time. Black Steel, another African whiz kid, a scam, a thief, or a hacker. What are your thoughts?
I'm not getting scam, thief, or hacker at all from this young man. I support it. African people have always produced brilliant individuals within our people. I think it's important to support them. I'm not getting any type of scam, and I could be wrong, but from what this brief snippet, I'm not getting any type of scam. I think he's actually gifted. He's doing things to help his community. Solar powered water collector, Wi-Fi, free Wi-Fi. Send him over here. But it's a little disturbing here. He was threatened by grown men who that's crazy to me. But yeah, I think too many times when Black people have genius, we've never had any shortage of genius, but we've always used our genius to enrich our oppressors. I remember hearing about, Kwame Ture had a speech about Benjamin Banneker, who was a Black man living in, America in the late 18th, early 19th century, and how he was a brilliant Black man. And what did he do with his brilliance? He helped build Washington, D.C. How you going to use your brilliance? Your people are enslaved. You use your intellect to help white people build a stronger country. But this young man is not doing that. He's using his knowledge to help his community. I think we should support that. And I appreciate the story. Sometimes we always hear negative things. So I appreciate the young man. I hope he stays protected, and the people around him give him help build this boy a laboratory. He could crank out inventions day and night. Let him be a young Black inventor who has all the resources he needs to create and build for his people, and that could benefit all of us. So protect this young man at all costs. I'll leave it there.
Appreciate that, Black Steel. And again, the adults, if it's big grown men who are trying to intimidate him, they need to be shamed for that. We got to start shaming bad behaviors, man. They need to be shamed for that too. Anthony, what say you?
Yeah, I read a little bit about it earlier this week, man. From what I got from it, that he was trying to do things to help the community. And then I read about, they said that people were trying to extort him. So I don't know that much about it. I just read a little bit about it. So I think I agree with everybody else, man. We need to support the brother.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Anthony. What say you? Bonnie, you're muted if you're talking. I don't know if you're talking or not.
Oh yeah. We gotta. We have genius all over the globe. You go in any part of America, you will find a young brother or sister with a certain level of genius that is beyond her peers. She may not necessarily have the finances to advance that genius, but we have genius all over the world. I think that now we are living in an age where that genius could be appreciated. I think that he should get on one of these social media websites and makes us go on the Pan-African website, go pitch them to the Pan-Africans of the world. Tell us what you need. You need, like the brother was suggesting, you need a lab. What you need? let us know where you need so we can know where to forward these kinds of things all over the world and make our financial contribution. The older people can make their financial contribution, or if they can't make financial contributions, make the contributions of what they have. Some people may have the things that he may need to do specific things. So make the pitch to so these a BB for ODA, Tumi or TV or whatever. Make your pitches to the black world in terms of what you may need to advance and forward the something that will make your community grow. We had prompts with brothers in Africa, the deepest parts in Africa. I know we have genius all over the Caribbean. I know I see it every day. These young fellas, but for them having the finances, the money to build the things that they really need to do, they will do it tomorrow. They will do it. We have a bunch of Elon Musk and and people who think on a very high scientific level living all around here. They just don't have the necessary finances to forward or advance whatever idea they may have in their mind. Now, if it's a multi-million-dollar idea, you have to make multi-million-dollar pitches to people with money, But I say, the level of intelligence and business acumen don't just stop at you having the ability to produce a product. Now you have to pitch it to people with means and money, so they'll be interested in trying to advance whatever product or service that you may have. Because you may be your pocket might be limited, but the black world is certainly not limited. So you got to start understanding how to make a pitch and get before people and ask people and do certain things where you could have monies coming back to yourself. So that would be my advice to the brothers. Now that you got the product, now that you got the services, now you have to find out how you gonna find this money. What room I need to go to, who I need to speak to. You need to find this avenue too and learn how to pitch, how to negotiate, all these other things as well. Because you're a genius at one thing, but you need to know how to perfect the other things to get the necessary tools to become great at what you do. But I'll leave it then and let the other brothers go.
Appreciate that, Buana. Let's go to last but not least. Let's go to Oni. What say you?
Well, all right. Well, I guess. Well, my thing is this. I'll be honest with you. You can't get no such thing as free Wi-Fi. And I mean free. You can't get anything like free Wi-Fi in the sense of, Wi-Fi is not like oxygen. You know what I mean? Like it is coming from somewhere. I'm not saying oxygen doesn't come from somewhere, but what I mean is that it's not coming from the organic world. It's being like it's through satellites and underground cables. In order to get free Wi-Fi, you have to tap into that network and then use it, to your own for your own device. You know what I mean? That can be good, but it's not the same as free Wi-Fi. You know what I mean? Like free Wi-Fi would be, you developing those cables and those satellites, and then, giving everybody access to it without any cost to them. So that's what I found pretty interesting about the subscription. So, I mean, obviously, the boy is very talented or very skilled at, implementing engineering solutions, right? But obviously, also, that is, I mean, there's something. I want to say there's something more to the story. You know what I mean? Or there can be something more to the story. I'll say it this way: when I was in Tanzania, I had I bought this phone. It's a certain brand, right? I could not get the 4K, not the 4G. I couldn't get the 4G using my phone because it wasn't the right brand. The only brands that were able to get the 4G were brands approved by the government. So I could get 2G, but I couldn't get 4G, even though I paid for 4G, right? That said, even when I was like you know, like I said, let me ask ChatGPT how to do this. You know what I'm saying? You know, let me ask ChatGPT how I can still use my phone. It's like, well, you can go inside and tamper with it and so on and so forth, but you can get in trouble with the law. You know? Now, I think they said what country he's in, and you know, it's possible that you won't get in trouble with the law, or you would. But the reality is that, you know, this sort of stuff, which is good, obviously the kid's a genius, um, but this sort of stuff is like you can obviously figure it out if you tamper and you play around, but uh you can get in trouble with the law, you know, the law in Africa, or just the generally. And so, yeah, I mean, obviously, I would say the kid's a whiz kid, but um, let's just say, like, yeah, you can do that engineering stuff and, you know, compromise devices or tap into different services and get free, you know, and distribute it freely. But like, let's say, for instance, inside of Tanzania, the companies were Vodacom and what have you, Vodacom and Halotel, so on and so forth, right? You can, you know, tap into their provider service and freely distribute it if you please. But you know what I mean? Like you're really just taking from those particular distributors. And in that sense, you know, like if those distributors, you know, get a hand on you, you know, don't be surprised, you know? As Azuli said, he's marked now. That's it.
I hear you. I've tried to look into that Wi-Fi thing before to see how that's kind of developed and disseminated and stuff like that. And I hear what you're saying. But I got the impression that what he did was he kind of extended Wi-Fi a further distance out, and that allowed more people to be able to access the internet. That's the impression I got, because they mentioned he also did something with a radio, I think, and he extended it like 15 miles or something out or something like that too. So that's the impression I got. And I also will say this too: don't doubt innovation from Black folks who are poor and stuff. There was a guy, and I think I'm a couple years older than Buana. There used to be a guy who used to work at the radio station when we only had one radio station in the Bahamas, ZNS. There was a guy who used to work. I can't remember his name now, but he was a technician of some sort. And this guy was known to. He did something with his car radio where he could have knocked out the whole radio transmission in Nassau. Like, it's a proven thing that he did. He was one of the first people I could remember who he himself hooked up his car so that he could start it remotely and stuff like that. Buana, does this sound familiar to you?
No, I never heard of it, Coco. Never heard of the
Yeah.
Yeah,
I can't remember his name. I'll have to ask Daily Affirmation by Pauline if she remembers the guy's name. But this guy he had a TV in his car. I'm talking back in the 90s, TV or late 80s, TV in his car. He did something where he could jam the transmission of ZNS in the Bahamas. He could have done that from his car. I forgot that guy.
Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah,
that's
but
crazy.
there's people out there who are out there who know their shit, man. So I won't doubt the kid. I'll say that. I won't doubt the kid. And again, I think what he did really was extend Wi-Fi to more people in his area, right?
Yeah.
Does anyone want to add any last thoughts here? All right. You guys surprised me there. I thought someone would have added something. In the chat, Jose said, what did Jose say? He said, me, old school network engineer. I'm very impressed, but hey, what do I know? Buana suggested that he send the kids some switches, routers, and computers. Azuli was like, why are they telling? Now the kid is mocked. And I understand what Azuli is saying too. Every time you hear about one of these young Black inventors, they somehow fall through a window somewhere on the continent. So it's you have to be very careful about it. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 then. You guys in the chat, let's get more discussion going on in the chat as well. Ask some follow-up questions to us on the panel, things of that nature. Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 says, is this y'all's Queens? Oh, well, this gonna piss people off here. Is this y'all's Queens? Is this who y'all say we should protect?
This is Zuli. I know this is Zuli. He's so crazy, man. Oh gosh, man.
Here's the funny part. Not Zuli.
Wow. Forgive me, Zuli. Forgive me, brother. I thought this is you. This had you all over it, but I apologize.
This comes with 2 attachments. I'll play the first one now, and then we'll discuss. And then I'll play the second one, and we'll discuss both.
When I call your phone, answer.
My mom's friend that I have a crush on her, and then this happened.
When I'm done, tell her to come in. Hi.
When I call your phone, answer.
I did answer, and don't buy me a little boy. I have manners. Stay in the hell here. Where you want, where?
All right, so I'm gonna just keep it a buck with you. I'm gonna keep it straight up. I know you're my mom's friend, coworker, best friend, whatever y'all is, for me. I like you, and I want to take us a step further.
Us? They can never be us. When we could be your mother. Your mother is my friend. We can't do that. Your mad?
What does that have to do with me?
Look, boy, you can't manage me, Wayne.
Listen, I can show you a lot.
Which is what? Buy me jerk chicken and peppers?
I mean, you Jamaican, right? We could go on a little jerk chicken date. That's how true it is.
Wait, I could cook jerk chicken at my house and feed you, make you burp. Remember that.
I mean, that don't sound bad at all.
Wait, I can't deal with you. Your mother is my friend. And you can't manage big woman.
Listen.
I could have birthed you.
Remember Tavia, my mom's best friend?
Yeah, I know Tavia. She always pick you up from practice.
You need to call that kid to hook you up with some Wi-Fi, man.
Apparently, and I'm on a wired connection. I don't understand why this happens. So it's buffering. Damn it. This shouldn't be the case. Let me see if I pause my VPN, if that would be having no problems with internet right now.
Can we still comment while we wait?
Yes, comment.
No, don't comment yet. No, I want to hear your Caribbean rant anyway.
I like his arrogance though. I like his arrogance. I like his humor.
Bruh, spitting. I ain't gonna.
I told my mom's friend that I have a crush on her, and then this happened.
When I'm done, tell her to come in. Hi.
When I call your phone, answer.
Jesus Christ. So you tell us all the time them Tavia come pick you up from practice. You and Tavia did that do things?
Of course.
Oh, no. I never see myself when I look like maybe if I look, you can take a look at drink and beer things, but right now I'm someday where me I think about it with me and you can't do nothing, man.
Listen, Cash is your name, right?
Yes, my name is Cash, and you know that too.
All right, listen, Cash. How about you come over next week? My mom leaving to go out of town for me, so me and you have some alone time.
Meeting about it.
You look good for me, and I do like the big. I can handle you. I can handle a lot for me.
You can't angle me.
How you know that?
Me can angle you. That may make you know. You can't angle me. But when I don't want to talk about this right about now. You remember Ella? Why? I don't know. I forgot to tell your mother this. I forgot to tell her.
My mom not gonna find out.
Oh, she's not gonna find out. Anything I doubt must come alight.
Yeah, but not now. That's later on in the future. Yeah.
And when it comes out in the future, I meet like a clot. So I need to tell your mother say you like me from now.
I'm not gonna lie, Cash. You talking too much.
When me beat you, me a old woman for you.
I would love that.
Later, I don't have time for this.
I love your accent. It's so cute.
All right, little boy. Here you go.
So you're gonna come over next week?
I have to come over next week. I have to see him. Remember, me and Carrie Mother go to the airport.
And then you're gonna come over after.
I'll think about it.
So, like I said, this came with 2 attachments. Let me play the second one. Hopefully it doesn't buffer on us this time.
This dude I be.
Alright, so I need you to call it. If you was to get pregnant right now, who the first person you calling?
This dude I be.
Alright, so I need you to call him and tell him you're pregnant just to see what he gonna say.
Yo. Hello? Yo. Yeah, hello? You can hear me? Yeah, I can hear you.
Yo, what the you doing?
I'm outside right now, but I have to tell you something. What's up? My period is delayed, so like,
Nigga, what?
like I'm pregnant. I took a pregnancy test this morning.
Oh, from who, me? Are you crazy?
Yeah.
Are you stupid, nigga?
The you mean am I stupid? You the only one I'm f***ing.
No, I'm not. No,
yes,
I'm not.
you are.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Yes, you are, bro. This is your kid, and we're having the baby. We're having the baby, and that's that. No, we're both taking care of that kid. I will put you on child support.
You gonna have to take care
Bro,
of that.
you're the only one I that's what you're not getting.
No, I always back out when get
No, you don't. You got it inside of me. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Never that. I am not. I'm 50 old. Back out method. Always green. Are you crazy?
Bro, we're having this baby. We're having this baby. I'm going to call your mother. I'm going to pull up to your school and tell her.
What the
I'm going to tell her.
You come here, you're not leaving.
What do you mean I'm not leaving?
You're not leaving the same.
What do you mean I'm not leaving safe?
No,
I'm calling your mother. I'm calling your mother, and we're having the baby, and that's that. It's no fight about it. We're having this baby.
No, stop. No, nigga. Yo, bro, go the other nigga.
But what other niggas? You the only one I'm f***ing. Like, no, bro, you and me. But what do you mean? Like, bro, we're having the baby, and I'm about to call your mother. I'm about to tell her about all of this. And it's no backing out now. You know what you was doing. Now you about to have this baby. We're about to be grown and have it. Are you going to take care of this child, or else I'm putting you on child support?
Oh, he hung up. Oh, nah, you got to call him back. I'm not even going to lie.
Bro, you bum ass. Stop. Don't ever bang it on my face like that again.
Yo. I ain't gonna lie. You keep calling my phone. I'm gonna have
because this is your child, then we're having it. That's why I'm calling your. What do you mean? You're the only one I'm f***ing. What you not understanding?
Bro, you can fight?
Yes, I could fight, but I'm not fighting while pregnant with your child.
No. Be hopping, no, kid. Stop jacking that, bro.
What do you mean stop jacking that? It's the truth.
No, it's not me.
I'm calling my brothers outside for you. That's it. That's all. Since you don't want to take care of the baby. No, I'm calling them outside. I'm giving them the drop, and you're going to get beat up. You keep talking like that. When you get beat up by tonight, I don't want to hear nothing.
You gonna apply for welfare. You gonna apply for housing.
No, you're going. I'm gonna put.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad that one was over. I'll be honest. I'm kind of glad that one was over. Yeah. Here's the thing, too. I want to make this very clear, too. While I believe in shaming, for sure, I don't ever want to come across personally like a Tommy Sotomayor type, because that's not my get down. I'm not here showing out for white people. I'm here. We're here to have these discussions to show the behaviors that need to be avoided, need to be, put down in our community. That second, I'm not sure how the first and second video quite related, but that second one, I'm kind of pissed off at the guy on the phone a little bit. If you're sleeping with a woman, you're supposed to take that in stride and have a conversation and figure some shit out, So shame goes to him in that call. The first one, shame goes to this big grown woman entertaining this conversation. But I'll get off my soapbox. I'll throw it to Black Steel. Let's talk about Black Steel first.
Well, for the first one, I always say if you can make her laugh at your jokes, she can moan at your strokes. So, but but I believe both those videos are staged. I do, especially the second one. But it does. I will say this though, there has long been a situation where young boys are preyed upon by older women. So we talk about sexual abuse in the Black community, but we never really talk about the way it goes as older women sleeping with younger men. I think that happens quite a bit, and many people don't even look at it as abuse. They'll say, "Oh, the young man was lucky." Whenever you hear about these teachers sleeping with kids, you always hear, "Oh, the teacher had sex," or "the teacher had an orgy," but you never hear them say the teacher raped a child. When a child under a certain age, especially 12, 13, 14, that's not sex. That we totally understand that when we talk about men preying on younger women. But sometimes, when it comes to these situations, now I don't know how old that boy was. He could have been a young 18. He might have been trying to shoot a shot. He's playing with danger because Jamaican women, they can be a little feisty. I wouldn't recommend them, if I was him. But take his life into his hands, Shout out to my Jamaican friends. But the second one was just despicable. I'm pretty sure it's a skit. This dude was ready, like KW Don said, as far as he's afraid of a pregnancy. I'm sorry, like Buana said, he's afraid to fight, afraid of a pregnancy call, but he ready to fight another dude. And this, like you said, when you have sex, it's always a possibility, and a lot of men don't realize that when you're sleeping with a woman and there's pre-cum, there's sperm in the pre-cum. So even if you don't ejaculate in the woman, you put it in and there's, you got the pre-cum, there's still sperm in that. You could very well get a woman pregnant off of just that alone. So, it's tomfoolery. It's the word I'm looking for. But yeah, the boy, that man needs his ass beat. But again, I think it's staged. But many men do have that type of reaction, as if they're surprised that one thing leads to another. I don't understand why. What was the one football player who killed his baby mom, although the child survived? He was in prison for all those years, trying to hire him in college. Caruth, yeah, exactly, Caruth. I think that the mindset is produces a Ray Caruth. Uh, if you don't want to have kids, get snipped, bro. I mean, that's really what it is. Because no 100% way condoms break. So if you're shooting up the club, you got to expect some repercussions. So I'll leave it there. It could be a skit, but either way, I think it does speak about how some people avoid um, things like this. But I do think that we look at these individuals and it exemplify the worst in our community when I think that we don't highlight the best in our community. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Now, thanks for that, Black Steel. In the second skit or instance, the guy on the phone was mentioning all the other dudes you're sleeping with. So maybe that's for the streets part of it, because he was telling the young lady, now you better go check, whoever else. I think he even used a joke called Tyrone on them. You know what I mean? But again, this is one of those examples where you get the opportunity to show young men, hey, that's not how you handle that. I have children. When I was first told that they were pregnant, I had a level-headed conversation. I know what I did. So I had a level-headed conversation, and we move forward from there. That's how you have to handle that kind of thing. You mentioned Buana, so let's go to Buana next. Buana, what say you?
No, cool. I was an athlete in school. So my body was pretty developed around 17 and things of that nature. And I wouldn't have tried any of my mother's friends, but my teachers like was in their mid 20s. I would have tried them. As a matter of fact, well, let me don't go there. I'm just saying that a young man who have a little bit of arrogance and humor, women have to step in and say, no, this is irresponsible of me. I should not participate in that. Even though, look, and I'm gonna be honest, because honesty is a high commodity within the black community. Nobody want to be honest. There are women who are attracted to younger men, especially when their bodies are developed. You know, and I think that sometimes, just as there is uh, older men who are attracted to younger females, sometimes these things get out of hand. But I believe that adult people need to do adult things and be responsible. No, you shouldn't sleep with a man when he is a teenager, even though you might be sexually turned on and attracted to him. So she has a responsibility on. I put more responsibility on her end, even though she have her sexual curiosity is peaked. And this guy, he's arrogant, and she likes that shit. She likes that shit. You gotta cut that off and say, nah, I can't do that. He is a little child. He's thinking with his little brain right now. I cannot do that. I think that there are times in these kinds of moments where adult people need to hold on to the responsibility and do the adult thing. And I know that we in the insta world where I need that immediate gratification, but the long term effects of that scenario is too great for you to risk. And I would just cut that off from the get. So I think she kind of looking kind of suspect right now, saying maybe and playing with the situation. You don't want to do that. Also, even in this scenario, it's abuse. It's abuse. It's sexual abuse. It's sexual abuse and exploitation. The boy, even though he's 17 and arrogant, he is a child. So that kind of conversation should factor in this situation as well. If she does cross that line, she is sexually abusing him. And these are some of the discussions that actually does not happen within our community, because we like to give our mothers and the women in our lives uh, almost like a pope kind of situation where they can do nothing wrong. But we know what goes on. We know some women we had sex with who was much older than us. When we had our first sexual experiences, we know that some women. There was a woman who tried to put me in a car when I was very young. That actually, in fact, happened. Sexual abuse happens from both sides. It's just not talked about from the other side because we have such high esteem for the women within our community. Well, now we're in an age where these conversations need to be had because nobody is above scrutiny. No gender is above scrutiny. That is absolutely wrong. That is absolute. And you have a lot of hurt men out here who have been abused when they were very young, but they don't talk about it because the women in our community are above scrutiny. And if you say something, people jump all over you. That is wrong. These conversations need to be entertained. And I don't agree with the brothers who say that these people are above reproach. And that is absolutely wrong. Both genders commit acts sometimes that you have to really take a jaundiced view of, and the conversations need to be discussed. Or if you're pushing things under the rug, I'll leave that there. Into the next scenario with the lady, how you could this man he'll punch me out if I step on his clocks. He'll want to fight me if I do something with a piece of his clothing. But he is so afraid that the woman he actively was sleeping with say, "Look, I having a baby," and he is running away. This is what you would do with your own legacy. You know you've been there. You know you deposit your DNA inside this lady, but you're gonna run away from your legacy that you bring on this planet. I think that we need to change the way we look at our personal actions. Yes, you don't want to be caught up with an 18-year responsibility because you didn't mean to do it. But now that the child is here, what you gonna do? Remove it from the planet? I don't know. Some of the brothers need to stop. You could be fearful and you could be afraid, but still walk forward. That's mannerly. How to deal with fear in that regard. We talk about going out in the blaze of glory all the time against our enemies. How about the responsibility of life and what it takes to be responsible for another life day after day after day? That's a war in itself. Why don't I go fight that war? You don't go fight war, other kinds of wars. Fight the wars of life, where you produce, create, and move and advance instead of just going on the blaze of glory. I don't know. I'll leave it there and let the other brothers go.
No, well said, one. I appreciate that. I would add too to what I said earlier about the second scenario about black men. That's not how you deal with it. Also, though, black women choose better. And again, nothing wrong in telling our people you gotta choose. If you have a guy that you given a grind to, and you call him and say, "Hey man, I think I'm pregnant," and he flips out like that, then you shouldn't be grinding that fella. Yourself to that man. So I just want to add that to what Juana was saying as well. In the chat, Marcus Gavia's the way is still out there. She says this reflects topic 1. If this is the interaction between black men / women, then what are relationships? The African woman turned into the pale beast. Women wearing yakis. I don't know what yakis is. Oh, it's wigs, I guess. And both situations dysfunctional. Real Black Gentleman, RBG says females have 17 odd types of contraception. Men have 3 or 4. Julie said, Buana disrespecting God. I didn't catch no disrespect, but whatever the case is. Trigger Happy 262 Plus says, choosing better has to develop into a culture, absolutely, that prepares a better pool of men and women to choose from. But for now, discernment has to be at its highest. Absolutely, Trigger Happy. That's what the second one really shows me. Choose better. And I'm not blaming the young lady, but I'm saying, hopefully in her life going forward, if that's a real scenario, you choose better, right? I mean, she's not pregnant. We know that's the prank. But after you talk to that guy concerning that prank of being pregnant, and that's how he carried on, yeah, move on. Lastly, Trigger Happy in the chat says, oftentimes the abortion question can be answered with better cultural organization. And abortion is especially used against African people. Well said. I don't think I spoke to Anthony on this yet. Anthony, what say you?
Yeah, yeah, man, that was something else right there. I think that second one. I talk about the second one first. I had a partner of mine, man, and we was like in our early 20s, man, like about 21. He about 21, 22, and he married this sister, man. This sister he met, they got married. Both of them was he was a little bit older. I think she was like about 18 or 19. But anyway, they had like 4 children together. They had 4 children. Well, the marriage didn't last. I think they was married for probably about 5-6 years. And for some reason, I don't know who told him to do it. He took a DNA test and with none of the children is. I mean, none of them was his.
Damn.
Yeah, and he was paying child support for a long time.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean, it was something else, man. But the first one,
fraternity fraud, brother.
Yeah, man. But the first one is the one I want to talk about. Like Buana was saying about, we was talking about it, and that's true. About an older woman, sometimes how older women are attracted to younger men, and how older men are attracted to younger women. But also we got to throw in that other dynamic about sometimes younger men are attracted to older women too. Now I'm not talking about like a high school teacher or student or nothing like that. But this thing about it, Coco, when you was probably in college or whatever, say you was 19 or 20 and you seen this lady, Miss whatever her name is, Miss Smith, a grown woman, probably about 35, 36, and she was fine as hell. I mean, just fine, sophisticated, smart, intelligent, as opposed to the young girls who you run around with. You know what I'm saying? Girls who, who don't even, who didn't have it all together. You had this woman that got it all together. It's, that's a thing, man. Because I remember when I was like 19, 20. I remember a lady who I was attracted to. Nothing ever happened, but I was like, man, crazy about her. You know what I'm saying? She was one of my mom's friends too. And she said the same thing. I'm your mama friend. But I put that under, if you study long, you study wrong. Now you see, you know what I'm saying? She started off like saying everything right. But then when he came in at the end, somebody, what's your name, Cash, and all that stuff. I mean, like Black Steel say, if you can get her to laugh or agree with something, like, I mean, because remember, an older woman, I mean, she could be fine as hell, but she still got it in her mind, like, I could attract this younger dude. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I know chicks who, I mean, like 42 years old, and they got boyfriends like 20, 21, 22, 25. That's kind of like a power thing for them. I mean, not all, some. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, I mean, I think we gotta factor that in too, man, about the younger man, digging the older women. And then, sometimes you have some sisters who like older men, It probably won't last so long because but I think there's a thing, man. We got to consider that too. Sometimes it's like, them young brothers be liking the older sisters. And I'll leave it at that, man. I get off.
No, I agree with you. As Zuli said, ain't no young man attracted to a 45. That's not true, Zuli. And in fact, Zuli, I could give Zuli an example that he and I both know. When we were young fellas, we was watching this woman who was at least 45 or whatever age she was. I'll just say her name is Mo, and I'll leave it at that. He knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, so that's not true. It depends on how young you're talking. Now, it's true when you're like, and in fact, that's not even true. If you're 17 and you see a 45-year-old and she's banging, it is what it is. It is what it is, Thank you for that, Anthony. Last but not least, let's hear from Oni on this one.
Oh, all right, yeah. So is this y'all quick? Yo, it's really crazy, man. Anyway, is this who y'all should protect? Yeah, so from the first video, I mean, the brother had game. I ain't gonna hold you. He had game, but this is also like there's a wider conversation. I'm starting to see it. I think that when you put your women in the workforce, right? And I know this is gonna sound, hyper patriarchally or whatever, but I want people to understand. I even finished. Oh, you mean it sound hyper patriarchy?
No. I know exactly where you're going. I agree with you. Go ahead.
But anyway, but what I'm saying is that when you put your women in the workforce, you are subjecting them. You're basically, putting them, and you're basically giving them over to the other men. You know what I mean? And that is, I want to, like, obviously you're not going to fix America. I mean, you could try, or maybe you possibly can, but what I'm saying is this: you want to go and build a community from the ground up, or not from the ground up, but whatever. You want to really critically analyze all aspects of your community and say, what do you want and what don't you want? And what happens is this: you put in these, like we talking about these teachers, right? You like, let's just be real, right? This society is very antisocial. Okay, just generally speaking, very antisocial. You get into adulthood, you suddenly don't have that many friends. You know what I mean? You don't really have that many people you could kick with. Most people, as they get older, they say, you know what, I got one or two good friends. Eventually, they're like, I ain't really got no good friends. You know what I'm saying? Well, maybe they do. I don't know. Me personally, I don't know. But I never really value friends, so it's all good. But what I'm saying is this: it's not that social. However, you're 25, right? You can't be into 25-year-olds, but you teach at the school with a bunch of funny, physically fit 17-year-old boys, right? Who are all fawning over you. They think you're intelligent. They think you're wise. They think you're funny. They think you're clever. They think you got money. They think you whatever, right? You got all them little horny, but I was watching a Harsh Reality podcast. Them brothers is funny, right? But I watched a Harsh Reality podcast, funny, like comical. But I'm watching them, and he's like, I think they were talking about the Nigerian guy, basketball player, basketball coach or something, who was messing with somebody else's wife, right? And the comment was, I think it was his brother. The comment was, why are you sending your woman around this 6 foot tall, the 6'8", muscular Nigerian man. You know what I'm saying? Like what? Like and so here you have we are sending our young ladies right over to this workplace where a bunch of horny guys, and she's she look good, but check this out, nobody's looking for her in real, or even if you are checking for her, like when are you checking for her? On the bus, on the train, like when are you checking for her? When she going drinking on the weekend, but you ain't really trying to be serious to no woman you drinking with. So when are you checking for her? Whereas these boys every day, 8 hours a day, checking for her. Oh, ain't nobody gonna find out. Nobody gonna know. Nobody gonna know. Right? What I'm saying is that, I mean, obviously these women are sick, but it's again, when I say about the proximity, again, when I say about the proximity, you're putting your women in proximity to the competition, the adversary, or even the children, right? And I'm not saying women shouldn't be teaching. Obviously, teaching is one thing. Teaching is good, but you gotta, of course, at that age, the boys, you gotta now have, male teachers, black male teachers, all, not saying that there's no sick ass black men. Obviously there are, but I'm just saying, right? And obviously that ties in with the next thing where that dude was kind of, he was wilding, but it does go back into, well, one is this. Two, there's two things to it. One, there's not a lot of good options for black men or black women in America, particularly. That's why I tell people, I say, look, go to Africa. If you're trying to get a marriage, go to Africa. And I'm not just saying that because the law is against you, because the law is against you, but also because the quality of women that I've met in Africa are top tier, and the quality of women that I've met in America, and I'm not saying I've met all the best women in America, but just saying the women that I've come across, they I mean, some of them were good, obviously, but a lot of them not, and part of it is this working thing. But I'm gonna say this though, the woman had to choose better and the man had to choose better, but the woman especially has to choose better, because if this man is trying to kill you over something that could naturally happen from raw unprotected sex, then you should not be trying to sleep with this man. Now, I think men have to step up their responsibility and say, look, if I'm really not trying to have a child, I should not be having raw unprotected sex with women. Okay? I really should not even be having sex with women if I'm not really trying to procreate. Now, obviously, I know that everybody is having sex, everybody's whatever, but if you're really willing to kill a woman over that, then that's a problem. But here's the other problem. Why is this woman still talking to him? You understand?
Only,
yeah.
I just gotta pause you one quick second and say to everyone listening, this is the discussions that we're supposed to be having right here. This is balanced. This is not shitting on one demographic over the other, but it's balanced. This is what I'm talking about. You see, this young woman has a responsibility. That young man has a responsibility. This is the balance. This is what we're supposed to be doing when we are critiquing these circumstances. But instead, folks want to get all aggy over you saying something about a black woman. This is a balanced conversation. Continue on. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. So what I'm saying was it like you said, it goes both ways. But I mean, obviously, I think and that's the thing about the, I think you mentioned before a long time ago, and even now, that you can't keep choosing the bottom of the barrel men. Now the thing is, the trouble with this though, I'll be honest, is she top of the barrel? And that's what we're coming across. Now Black Steel says African women getting ran through by white dudes, it's all messed up. I didn't really see that. I didn't really see that in Africa. What I see is, well, I'll be honest with you, a lot of people are tricking. That's what it is. A lot of people are tricking in Africa, whether you're a white man or an African man or an African American, whatever. A lot of dudes are tricking. So yes, obviously, if dudes are tricking, dudes are dicking, right? But there weren't really that many white people in Africa. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's not like I'm going to condemn, the population of Africa for the handful of white dudes who actually travel and get around, people, but like, yeah, if you like the white guys who go to Philippines, are we gonna say, oh, all Filipino women are giving it up to? No, we know there are prostitutes in Philippines who are giving it up to white men who show up in tourist areas. Obviously, you know what I mean. But that's like the tourist areas. If you go to tourist areas, but like most black women are not, living in tourist areas. So it's like I can't condemn her for that. But when I'm talking about with regard to the systemic relationship problems I've seen in America, I mean, I mean, like the women, like for instance, in America, we play games. Okay, like you could text a woman, damn well she's on her phone, she's next to her phone, and I do it too when I'm in America. Damn well she's next to her phone, she's not gonna reply for another hour or two, and you're not gonna reply neither. You're gonna hold it and pretend like you're busy too. But like the women in Africa, please, man, you don't type them for 1 day. What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? I mean, it's just a different. Like we don't have a lot of the crippling cultural issues. And actually, like I said, I think that people should just go. Like if you haven't been to Africa, if you haven't dated in Africa, you got to go, because I'll tell you this: I learned a lot by going there. And I learned a lot about like even the I don't want to get too much deep. I mean, it's a little tangent. Forget it. But you guys know what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. I mean, it's not a question of whether you should protect these women. I mean, because obviously, I mean, I think if push comes to shove, you should. Only can have 2 hours. But like if push comes to shove, you obviously should protect women. But a part of the problem is, one, you have women who are, for the first example, you have women who are, desperate and lonely a lot of times. And then 2, you have, and for the second example, you have women who are just choosing really bad men. And that's a problem too. That's one of the biggest problems. Like even when you're trying to form a team as a man, choosing the wrong men is going to cost you. That's it.
Amen to that. Amen, Ra. Does anyone else want to add some thoughts here? Last thoughts here?
Only one thing: tricking is universal. I just wanted to remind Udi, tricking is universal. It's just on the continent. It's universal.
Hey, Koku, I'm sorry.
Sure. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to mention one thing. We was talking about when Bono was talking about the tourism. What did you say about the sex tourism? Was that it?
Yeah.
I mean, I was just looking at something last week. They was in the Gambia. It's real bad out there, man. It's real bad. I got all those white women coming to the Gambia. It made me think when you talk about the dread thing, the white women going to Jamaica.
Yeah.
Man, in the Gambia, man, they had it's a documentary about it.
Oh man, hey Anthony, the brothers in the Gambia, they be building houses off of these white women who come over and
they get paid.
I'm telling you, man.
There'll be old white women too.
Yeah, old white women. If I could get a big money, man, I'm telling you, the money is transferable. For me, some people say it's a black market economy, but I see the monies that the women come to, even in the Caribbean with, in terms of trick money. They be tricking on a whole other level, brother. I gotta tell you. But that's a whole other conversation. I'll leave it alone.
Yeah, I just thought I'd throw that in. That's all. Good.
Appreciate that.
I'm sorry, Goku.
No, nothing to be sorry for here. I let everyone express themselves, man. Nothing to be sorry for here. Trigger Happy 262 Plus brought up this thing here that we talked about a couple months back. He said the West seems to bring about loneliness for some. And I remember Jose may not be in the chat anymore, but I remember Jose was saying how where he is in that part of the world, they're actually like making effort, like the government is making efforts to kind of deal with it. There's a somewhat popular actress here in America, Hispanic broad. I forgot her name now. She's like 80 something or 90 now. And she was recently talking about this loneliness thing that she's been dealing with. And I'm glad to see some of y'all are talking about it. Like Black Steel in the chat says capitalism causes alienation. Afro-Native world chips in and says, well, when you live a rugged, individualistic life, and that's what the West kind of pushes that shit, where you always have to be striving, You have to go it alone and all this kind of thing. Those are some excellent points you guys added there. It's an excellent point. Trigger says, yep, this is why for me we must urge Pan-Africanists to avoid Westernism when trying to revitalize Africa. Japan or Europe have low birth rates. Yeah. Let's go to Should It Be topic number 4 for time's sake. Should It Be topic number 4 says polygamy topic. It seems clear that the West lacks marriage protocols, whereas Africa has some semblance of this. How will this shape Black America or the diaspora in the coming years? This came, see if I have it ready. This link takes us to YouTube. 5 minutes, we'll listen and then we'll discuss it.
With accent, speaking French, speaking English, the women. But I'm looking at you, and I mean, look, big old 6'5" brother with accent, speaking French, speaking English. The women, they coming.
Well, how many women can you have?
I don't know. In Africa, I guess you can have as many as you can afford.
Yeah, but still, you have to commit into that. That's another energy to give someone else.
So, and we were talking earlier, dating, marriage, what you want to accomplish, what you're trying to accomplish. Is that in the future?
I don't know. Right now, I don't think about it. Like, I remember when I left Cameroon, I wanted maybe to get married. I don't know. But what I wanted the most was to have kids, because I wasn't knowing where I was going. So I wanted to leave a legacy behind me. Somebody that will remember me through, like, oh, at least there was a Francis or something, right?
Right.
So that's something that I really want so hard. And I think that's the only moment that I was thinking about marriage. It was just to have a baby, right? Then after that, I get into this life that my condition is very bad. So you don't think about women. You think about how to
get out of the situation,
get out of this situation and get better. And then this thing just keep rolling. And even when it's changing and getting better, you're in the same pool, rolling in the same way.
Right.
And until you wake up someday, I'm like, it's been 10 years, it's been 8 years, damn. But you don't feel a need, like it's something that you want. So, I don't know. Even though, like in Africa, they've been pushing me even before I left Cameroon to get married.
Yeah, you be a king.
Yeah. No, I say even before I left.
Right, to get married. Now,
yeah, even before I left Cameroon for the first time.
Yeah.
My grandpa wanted me to get married. I was 20 years old. They wanted us to get married. And then not to get only married for one girl, multiple.
Grandpa, I like Grandpa. I made it meet Grandpa.
No, out there is normal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although for some reason at this age, people don't even want to get married.
Right.
Before it was like kind of like culture. People have to marry.
So marriage is not as big now in Cameroon as it was when you were a kid.
Because people now is so more into this Western style, like, oh yes, and this, and women started thinking differently. Even men, they don't want this responsibility, because before, polygamy in Africa, at first, most marriage in Africa for men was a responsibility. It wasn't to have fun, even like to get married, even to have multiple wives. Most of the time, in the many situations, it wasn't like, oh, I like those women so much. Right. It was a situation that you have to first, for example, like when a guy in a community was successful, he needs to get married from wife
in a different neighborhood around the community, so to give people many chances. Because if you get married here, other community will be like, oh, he doesn't care about us. He should have married the kids of us. Right. And they will want you to marry the girl from that community. Wow. So then you find out people that are getting married just for opportunity, to give opportunity for community. Why? Because unlike here, when you have a daughter there, all your life is a worry. You don't know how she's gonna end up. You don't know. You're worried if ever she's gonna have a roof, or to have somebody to take care. And then there's this guy that's gonna take care of her. You don't care if she's the 5th or the 10th wife. Wow. Take it, bro. And that's how some people were getting a lot of wives just to, like, give chance to community. And also one thing that was very important, if your brother or your family member passed away and left a wife with children,
you had to take,
one of you guys have to take that wife. Like, whether you like it or not, somebody have to take it.
But you're not gonna sleep with the wife, though.
No,
right?
you'll sleep with.
No,
you will take the wife.
Yeah, I'm just taking and say, yeah, okay, I'm gonna take care of you and make sure.
Yeah, but you can't take a wife and just not sleep with.
Yeah, you can. You can kill both.
You're gonna take. Why? Because, and the reason why they were doing that, the family was doing that, because they didn't want a wife to live with their kids and get out there, get married with somebody that will mistreat those kids.
Right.
Because with the situation being very complicated, I mean, this guy is going to work hard and then maybe get home, barely have food for 2-3 people. And then if he has a kid, it's for the 3. The other guy, kid, it's not my kids, right? So the family didn't want that to happen. So they wanted to keep the wife and the kids into the family. So somebody have to step up and take that as a responsibility.
Wow. I'm glad that in West. I'm glad that in West. I'm glad that in America.
Yeah. So polygamy most of the time wasn't by choice.
Right.
Yeah, it was by responsibility.
Respect to that. That's a good conversation. I saw that a couple of weeks ago when it came up, and I thought it was a dope conversation. I kind of didn't like Shannon's reaction to a lot of it.
Yep.
Because Shannon, because here's what's happening in this little video here. It's the African from outside of Africa versus the African from the continent, right? Is the African in America versus, because Shannon did his DNA and he's like mostly Nigerian, right? But he's still, he's acculturated to this American lifestyle and thinking and stuff. So he can't fathom some of the stuff this guy from the continent is saying. So it's a very interesting little dichotomy that's going on here. So I like it. Anthony, what were your thoughts on it?
Man, it was deep. I watched it too, man. I watched the whole thing. Well, I watched it on YouTube, and it was like in 5 parts. But I agree with you 100%. Shannon was trying to throw that Negro stuff in. You know what I'm saying? He was trying to throw that old American Negro stuff in. But the brother checked him good though. I mean, he checked him without checking him. You know what I'm saying? And he checked him without checking him. I mean, he let him know how things operated, from our cultural incubator, which is Africa, as opposed to when you outside of Africa and and you influenced by all these other ideas, and you get all this other stuff in your head. But I mean, I thought it was great though, man. It was deep. I watched it a couple of times, man. I watched it a couple of times, and it gave me even more respect for Francis though. You know what I'm saying? The way, because he was going deep in a lot of stuff, man. Going back to his childhood and how he growed up, his parents and and family members and people he knew. It was deep though, man. It was real deep. Yeah, I leave it at that.
From what you had heard, do you think this type of thing can be done in America? Amongst Black America?
Oh yeah, that's what I forgot, man. I've been drinking this Appleton, man. What I wanted to tell you,
Appleton crew. Anthony, where you find Appleton rum, bro?
Hey, it ain't Appleton. It ain't Appleton, but it's I call it Appleton because that's what Koku called it Appleton.
Okay.
Hey, but what I was gonna say, I'm glad. I mean, I almost forgot. Koku, I meant to send you this to send you something, send you this thing on IG. It's this sister. She's on IG. Her name is Goddess Ayana. And, you know, she's deep in the polygamy thing.
Okay.
No, she's deep in it. You know, she endorses she endorses a lot. She endorses it. You know, I meant to send because she had a vlog. It was a reel that she had. I meant to send it, but I forgot to send it to you though, man. You know, and she elaborated, she break it down and talk about the whole thing, man. You know, but yeah, I mean, I think it is. Well, understanding is everything. You got to have people all on the same page.
Right.
That's what I look. You got to have people on the same page. You can't have. I mean, you can't have Pookie and Ray Ray and them talk about doing no polygyny thing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you got to have. I mean, you know, you can't have them think about, you know, because, you know, man, yeah, I got 4, 5 women and 10, 12 children. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's more it's work into that kind of thing, man. You know, it's responsibility, and you know, I mean, it's way deeper than just you got 3 or 4 women.
Yes,
you know what I'm saying? Yeah. I mean, so I mean, I leave it at that, man. I don't want to say nothing crazy, but yeah, I leave it at that. Yeah, 'cause I'm telling you, I've been drinking a little bit now.
hey, Anthony, that's all of us, brother. That's all of us. All of us
Yeah,
spicy.
okay.
Besides Oni.
Yeah, it made me think about years later. Y'all been on that too much of that Appleton. Okay, yeah.
Speaking of Oni, has in the past had some pushback against polygamy, but I think he kind of changed that in recent times. Oni, what say you to this?
Nah, I had to change back, man. I was trying to mess with this woman, man. She was crazy. I'm about to show y'all tomorrow, though, man. But I'll tell you, man. Matter of fact, she was trigger happy crazy. Not that trigger happy is crazy, but she was. I talked to the ancestors and they said you was doing it, and I was like, shit. Yeah. And you know, think of this too, man. To trigger happy's point, man. She was sometimes spot on, you know. Like, I thought she was reading my phone. I ain't gonna hold you, but yeah, that kind of stuff, you don't want that in your family. But anyway, matter of fact, she like one time wrote me, she gonna call she gonna call some authorities on me, like the police or some shit, because I keep talking about her to my friends. I'm like, I wasn't even talking about her, but she was like legit, man. I mean, some broads is crazy. You really gotta be very specific. Now, if you can find 2 good women, that's fine. But again, you know, you also got to find 2 good women that want to live together, you know, and it goes back to the wider conversation, because like what Trigger Happy was saying, and that's the problem that I had with a lot of the polygamy conversation that was happening earlier, is that, you know, we have this weird idea that, you know, you're gonna marry multiple women and send them all to work. That's not how polygamy works. You know, what you're going to do is you're going to make enough money so that multiple women do not have to work. Okay, a lot of us, I'll include myself here because I'll definitely be here, but a lot of us do not have that kind of money. Now, you might have that kind of money if you go to Africa, right? But a lot of us do not have that kind of money in America. You know, a lot of us need, and here's where this is the real essence of where the relationships fail in America, I think, is that a lot of men require women to work as well. Okay? And that's going to leak out into the housework, because I think it was Marcus, I don't remember the whole name, but the sister was saying that, you know, housework leads the way or something, or goes the way. I don't remember, but something like that. But like, she was saying that housework is 24/7 occupation. And it's not really, and it's not, and my thing is this, I would push back a little bit and say, you know, it's not as intense as work per se, but it is pretty damn time consuming. And so if you're requiring a woman to work and do the housework, like, you're going to have problems, you know, almost, or you're going to have to start doing the housework too. But even then, you're going to have problems, you know. Like the other day, in fact, I was going to the grocery store, you know, because I don't got a wife. So I'm going to the grocery store, or I don't got a wife in America, right? So I'll go to the grocery store. I think I had to wait in the line for like an hour, you know, or 30 minutes or something like that. long ass line. Now you gotta do everything so particular, so particular. Like matter of fact, this morning I was like asking my son, "Hey, what do you want to eat?" And he was like, he wants this, so on and so forth. And I was like, that meal's stupid. Let's get chicken. Let's get chicken and rice. Because I looked in the freezer, I saw chicken, right? And I checked it out. I looked in the freezer and saw I got chicken. Can I eat the chicken? No. You gotta defrost that shit from yesterday. You know what I'm saying? You can't eat the chicken if you just want to have chicken. So like what women do in the house is really a lot. And for us to be like, hey, you should go work and then come home and make me dinner and suck my dick. Okay, that's a good dream, but hey, no, that's not gonna fly. Now, if you as a man are making enough money anywhere on this planet, really, if you're making enough money where the woman does not have to work, does not need to work, can only work if she wants to, then sure, you can have 10 damn women. Look at my motherfucker. Look at the what's his name? Y'all know who I'm talking about, the drumline guy, right? Nick Cannon, right? You could have 10 damn women, but if you sharing bills or as it is in America where a lot of black men are earning less than black women, yeah, forget it, man. Forget it. Afro Native World says that in my life see that each wife gets her own house. Yeah, she gets her own house. I when I was in Tanzania, basically the dudes was renting I had this apartment and then like the bathroom was like too small. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, what the fuck is this? I need to get out of here. And so we had to sell it, like, because you have to rent everything in advance, right? 6 months lease type thing, right? We had to, sublease pretty much or whatever, right? So a bunch of families came in looking for living in a house. And it was a crappy ass apartment. I ain't gonna hold you. It's not that expensive either, but it's a crappy ass apartment. And so this dude brought his wife over, his first wife over, and said, "Do you want this place?" And she was like, "No, I don't have enough room to put up my stuff." And then so he brought his second wife over and he was like, "Do you want this place?" She was like, "No, it's not good enough," so on and so forth. The point is that, yeah, you have to give these women different houses. Now, me personally, when I was thinking about, doing that kind of stuff, I only wanted one house because I don't want to be renting, right? I want to just have one house and I don't want to be going from one room to the next. I kind of want to whatever, or one house to the next or whatever. But like, realistically, you would do the polygamy if you as a man were going to one city and another city, or one town and another town. If you had business in two towns and you had to sleep, you sometimes couldn't make it back to sleep in your main house, you would you would sleep somewhere else. You're not going to sleep in a hotel. There's no hotels in there's no hotels in a primitive, not primitive, but regular Africa or whatever. But my point is that, but yeah, as far as this conversation on responsibilities, yeah, we have to remember that this is an environment where women are not working, right? When women are not working, they still need to eat, they still need to so on and so forth, they still need to marry, right? In that sort of sense. But your problem, and it's like you really can't do anything about it because you're in America where women work, right? And that's why I say just get out of America. But y'all don't want to hear that. But what I'm saying is that if your woman has to work, yeah, you're gonna run into problems when it comes to housework, right? And if you're running to and you're gonna say, hey, you know what? Traditionally, the woman's not so on and so forth. Traditionally, the woman doesn't work. You know what I'm saying? Traditionally, the woman has a 24-hour occupation of a housewife, right? And because you don't follow that tradition, yeah, you're not gonna be happy. And again, and I think I'll just put it this way, as don't soundbite this. But as Black Steel put it, the great white man Karl Marx has said that work alienates people. Right?
There we go.
Yeah.
Timestamp that, please, sir. Thank you.
the greatest white man. the greatest man who happens to be white.
Great white hope.
Exactly, right. He get that. What was that? The white man who was fighting the Civil War. What's his name? Oh, John Brown. He get the John Brown Award. Right? Yeah, he get the John Brown Award. No, I'm just asking. But anyway, he tells you that work alienates you. So I was actually going to do a Twitter poll and be like, have you ever met a happy woman who's working, right? And then, of course, I would have made some joke replies like, joke options like, you never met a happy worker or you never met a happy woman, But my point still stands that, this you know, we all think, oh man, work is really bad, and you know, work makes the man, you know, kind of grumpy and kind of sometimes violent, sometimes whatever, right? And then we put our women to it, and I mean, again, you know, you really can't do much about it because you're in another man's country, and this is what he does in his country. But what I'm saying is that as we start to think and contemplate on recreating Africa, or even making communities for ourselves, we have to think about how can we as men become those big earners. And I'm not even saying you got to do polygamy because, like I said, a lot of fucking crazy women. But you know, so you just got to find you. If you find you a good woman, if she's down to clown, then go for it. But if she's not, then you know, like don't miss your shot. You know, I mean, keep trying for a good woman. But if you can't find it, you can't find it. Because a lot of these women were telling me, nah, I'm not really happy with it. Well, they were like, they didn't want to go on the same roof. They were okay with different houses, right? But what I'm saying is that, I mean, of course, it's up to you if you include different houses. I was telling them, nah, I got this gaming computer. I ain't trying to go move in one house to the next. You know what I'm saying? No, I got a computer. I mean, it was a mobile computer. All right, let me stop. I'm ranting. But my point is that yeah,
goddamn.
All right, whatever. Let me let it play. All right. Well, you guys get it. You guys get it. Feel me. All right.
No. All jokes aside, good stuff there. Only I'll say this too and I've talked about this before on Shoot the Breeze. In fact, not too long ago. In the West, this man who defines the reality out here in the West, he sacrificed family a long time ago. He sacrificed family for economics a long time ago. So therefore, you're in a position out here where realistically, unless you have one of those few seats at the table, you're not making, you know, that kind of bread to support two women, especially under two different rules, or three if you're living by yourself. You're just not able to do that here in the West, and unfortunately, because we've kind of gone away from some of those cultural aspects of who we were on the continent, we're not trying to stitch something together that can still work, even though, you know, as women, you're required to go out there and get a job because that's how it is now. Chances are you're not going to get one of those guys who's balling out. In fact, one of those guys who's balling out probably has a white woman. Shame on that bullshit. But, you know, chances are you probably won't get that. And so, added to the fact that we don't have that in our culture, that kind of thinking anymore in our culture, you know, this is why I do Shoot the Breeze. This is why I want more people here so that we can really start hammering out some kind of standards, implementing things in our family. Because me, for one, I believe personally, if you're a woman, a black woman, you're single, and you're hitting 45 and those types of ages, 50 and those types of ages, why not become, you know, as opposed to sitting out here waiting for loneliness to take you over, or waiting for you to have to submit yourself to the church. I forgot who I was watching recently. It could have been Umar who was talking about you have to go to the church now, and the pastor and Jesus Christ become your man, and all this little stupid stuff, right? Maybe you should think about becoming a second wife or something like that. That's just me.
Let me just interject there. So marriage is supposed to be for children. If you 40 and 50, you shouldn't be getting married. you ain't got no damn children, you know. So I mean, like you ain't got no egg. So I don't think. I think she might be waiting too late if she's waiting for 30, 40, 50.
No. But seriously, you can help with a couple who has children. You know what I mean? You could help. You could be a second hand. You could come in there and become like the teacher or whatever. You know, whatever. Find your role, right? But we don't have the code. Yes, sir.
And you know what? I mean, you know, like what you was just saying, to jump on the bandwagon. We should show a whole lecture from Sister Shahrazad Ali and listen to that up. You know Shahrazad Ali.
Yeah,
Any of y'all not
Yeah,
familiar
that's
with her?
the black man guy.
Hey, she breaks down all of that. And even that part what you just said, Coco, about the wife who comes in, the wife who has a role as the teacher. You know what I'm saying? And explain how things go. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but yeah, Shahrazad Ali, man, you should watch a whole lecture of that sister there right there, man.
That's a good suggestion. They remind me on IG. If you send me the video, I'll do that
Okay.
early next year. I keep saying you'll see me during the week. I saw Oni joke about that earlier, but yeah, this coming year I'm gonna get back on doing like two different broadcasts a week. With all of that said, let's welcome back our brother Bakari. Brother Bakari, what say you?
What's going on, man? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. You're kind of low, but go ahead.
I didn't see the prompt because I've been in and out, shit, and I'm on my way to a party now. But I just heard something Oni said. I came up here because Jose said he think this is what I'm talking about. But I heard Oni said something about the housewife. He said woman having to go to work and you still want to do the housewife duties. I honestly think if the woman working and you working, housewife, the house duties should absolutely be shared. I had to do that for a long time. And raising kids and taking care of a house just because you at home, it is, in all honesty, it ain't easy at all. A man I say the man role is to respect, love, provide, and protect. And you have to be able to provide for your woman. If you want your woman to do right, you have to be willing to do right. I don't want my woman. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't want my woman. I don't want my woman to work. I want my woman to stay home. I said shit. I want her to stay home with a child. That don't bother me. That don't bother me at all. But you also have to be in a position to do that. And in this system, you know, and in this system when everything is against you, you know, sometimes you're up, you know, sometimes you're down. But that's me. I'm not saying nobody else should want to do that, but that's what I think a man role is. I mean, one of my homeboys had this conversation today. He said that's a bunch of bullshit. The woman got to go to work because he got to go to work. I'm like, yeah, but then who gonna cook? She gonna cook. She gonna clean. So she gonna go to work and put up with white folk bullshit just like you. Then come home and got to cook and clean and do everything. What you gonna do? I'm gonna watch her do it. You know, but that's the mindset of a lot of our people. The little control that we think we have is over our women. And I think if we want that, I'm one of the few people here. I don't believe a man is just automatically the head. I believe in a two-headed monster. Me and my wife, and me and my woman, we the head together. I'm not above her. She's not above me. But she have things that she's better at, and that's what she's going to be in control of. And I have things that I'm better at, and that's what I'm going to be in control of. Now, as far as this polygamy thing here in the United States, I don't think me being over here in this system all the time, we done got away from that. I'm gonna be honest, man. I think I'd be kind of scared to try to have two women because I only date black women. And I'm being honest, anybody fool around and whoop your ass. I don't know, but women, I ain't even met none of my women. Don't really want that either. You know, it's good when you're out here, you having fun. You know, it's been time. You know, when I was younger, I used to have parties. All my women could be at the house. Shit, at the same time, my main woman come down, she cook everything. She go up in the bedroom and wait in the bedroom till everybody leave. My other women down there, we talking. Like, you can't stay tonight. I'm over here. But realistically, when I got serious, I'm gonna be honest. Me personally, after being in this system all this time right here, I really don't want that. That's me. I don't want that. I just want to be able to do what I feel and what I've been taught a man is supposed to do. Respect, love, provide, and protect. That's the man's job. That's what I try to do. My thing. I hear like.
I appreciate that, Bakari. I agree. The West, in the West, I just don't think it's conducive unless you and these two women really decide to go off grid somewhere in a bush somewhere, and I don't mean that disparagingly. It's real difficult to pull that off here in the West. So I agree with Oni with that, even though he's kind of flip flopping on it now because of an experience. But I think you might have to go back to the continent, or you might be able to, Buana's in the Caribbean currently. You might be able to do that in some parts of the Caribbean still, but the West, like here in the US, that's a hard one to deal with. I want to shout out. There's so many comments in the chat. I can't get to all of them, but the matron had a comment. By the way, shout out to Sister Raw, who's in the chat. The matron said something I want to read out loud if I could find it. Yeah, she said responsibility if all the participants understand these fundamental things, then the poly lifestyle can work. Yeah, that's the thing. To find two other people who are in agreement with you, are in alignment with you, I don't know. But if you could get it, it can work. But that's a tough one. It's a cultural thing out here too. So I spoke to Anthony, I spoke to Black Steel, I spoke to Bakari. So I got Oni and Buana, or did I speak to Oni too? I forgot now.
Yeah, it was that unforgettable. It was that allegedly unforgettable rant, but never mind.
Yeah, that's right. So
yeah, so I look at it. I put myself in a situation where I say, well, what would Gavi do? Because there was a time Gavi had a polygamous relationship, right? So what I say a polygamous relationship, not in the formal sense. There was a time he lived with two women, lived in a house with two women, his secretary and his wife. And it's interesting how that dynamic worked for many years, by the way. But
Amy and Amy.
yeah, so there was
he chose the same name. That's how it worked.
Yeah, so there are times, and let me also speak to this too, because my brother Oni, he's young, and I understand some dynamics he may not get, but there are women who can't have children, and they may not necessarily be 45, and be younger women. But that don't necessarily mean you should exempt them because they bring nothing to the table since they can't bear fruit. Some of these women may be career oriented, some of them may be sophisticated in many different fields. So they would add also to the collective as well. You can't just, dismiss them because they can't produce children. They may bring some other dynamic to the relationship besides bearing kids, which is they may have a level of sophistication, professionalism. They may have the ability to teach. Maybe they would been to school. That two heads are better than one is a good thing. Also, the woman may want assistance. If you have 5 and 6 children, well, it would be good for her to have another woman in the house to assist and help her. That dynamic exists. Let me say this too. Even though a woman can't have children, there are many black kids out here who does not have a so-called mother and father. So if you adopt, it would be a good dynamic to bring another woman in that situation to help have you deal with your adopted children, your biological children, the 2 or 3 women inside the home. That's a workable solution, especially women who can't have children in a formal sense. That don't necessarily mean they will not make great mothers. It's just there are different dynamics that goes to the situation sometimes that we don't consider, and I understand that. Me personally, I don't particularly, but my problem is that in the Western world, the dynamic of polygamy is difficult for me. Even though I believe polygamy is innately biological, I believe that polygamy is a biological thing. For the person, I tell my woman that all the time. However, how we've been socialized into monogamy. We've been socialized into that. Also, we as men are dealing with the little white supremacists in our head because we colonize people. So we are trying our best to displace that little white supremacist in our head that says, when you disagree with your brother, cuss them out. do negative, destructive things. Work against yourself. We are trying to displace that little white supremacist in our head. And then when we form bonds and relationships with the other person, the other gender, they are dealing with that same complex as well as colonized people. So you bring two people in the scenario who trying to displace the Calvin Candy in our brain, that that slave owner in our brain. You're trying to get rid of him, and we dealing with that with each other. And then you add another black person to that dynamic. So now you have three slave owners in contended in one house. It become a difficult situation. It's very difficult for the Western black colonized mind to have three slave owners under one roof trying to live together. It's very difficult. It's just extreme. It's because you have a bunch of different pathologies going on in that dynamic, different pathologies. So I personally think that if you want to get to that level, you first must deal with the little Calvin Candy in your own brain, and then you have to exercise that out of your mind, and you have to do that with your woman who you with, and then you extend it out if you decide to have another partner to add to that dynamic. Because if you don't do that, it'll just be a destructive relationship. I personally believe that because we've been conditioned in that way. Like my sister Aita Roa just said. So I just think that it's something that we need to work on ourselves first before we form these bonds and ties because these things are greater than just sex and a money dynamic. It goes to the psychological level. The brother, we in this room right now. If you scratch us a little bit or offend us a little bit, we'll get to cussing and carrying on bad with one another. We can't even deal with it in a civil way. We find it difficult to deal with in a civil relationship, even in the short podcast. So imagine if all these people living under one roof every day have to see one another. That's chaos, bro. Why would I invite that in my life? So I say you have to deal with certain things on a different level. You have to deal with yourself first. If you have a woman, deal with the woman in terms of exercising her own personal demon, and then you extend it out. Do I think that's workable? I only can go with what I can go with. So far, the monogamous game is working for me, even though biologically, naturally, I think that polygamy is the best. But for right now, where I am in my life, I have to go with monogamy because that's what is working for me. I got to go with what working for me, but I'll leave it there and let the brothers go.
Yeah, no, you were the last person. Unless someone has a last comment they'd like to drop in chat. Sister Raw respond to my question. How do the sisters feel about polygamy? She says she has no problem with it. She said it was once our culture. Yeah, that's the thing. We just so separated from it, and where we are under this in this white man's land, and in the shadow of his reality, man, it's really hard to get two people to align with you on that stuff. And so and like Juana said too, and Anthony said, you don't want degenerates out here talking about polygamy, right? You have to work on yourselves. You have to build yourself up. You know what I mean? You have to build yourself up and have the proper mindset, the proper intentions, etc., for that type of thing, man. You know.
Well, I could add to this. I forgot. There was this brother. Oh, no, sorry, this sister was telling me that a part of the polygamy in Islam was that men are horny, and so a man may not completely be satisfied with one woman, but he has to be able to provide for those women, one, and two, he has to like they have to live in separate places, and he has to be able to treat each of them fairly and equally, as he deals with them. So what he gives one, he should give the other, and there should be some sort of balance. But in my personal experience, I realized, in retrospect, doing the research, that the woman that I have is just, is like the other women don't compare, So in that sense, it's like, if you're a man who can't be satisfied by your woman, I mean, obviously, there's two things. One, either get a different woman, or two, get another woman. But for me, it's like, I realized in retrospect, like I got lucky with a particular woman, and so that's why it's like, I don't mind. I mean, it's okay if other guys want to do it, because like if you have the resources, you have the resources. Most men don't. But but even if you do have the resources and you feel satisfied with one woman, there's no problem with that either. Although you would help more women if you are polygamous than if you are, like, if you have resources and you're polygamous, you would help more women than if you are monogamous. So if your objective is to help women, then, which was, my nominal objective, my objection, my objective, then that. And also you would also have more descendants, which is also an important part of polygamy. But I also agree with Bwana. I should address that. Bwana said that, some women can't have children. In early Africa, a lot of relationships were monogamous, but if a woman could not procreate, you could pull on another wife, especially to procreate, because it's very important for you to have children. I mean, I don't know about pulling in barren women personally, and nothing wrong with being a barren woman, obviously, but but I mean, obviously, if if you're with a woman and you love her, and but she can't provide children, or she has like 4 miscarriages in a row, then you both will have a discussion, and she's like, yeah, you need descendants, you need a lineage, you need a legacy, and she'll more than likely say, yeah, have children with this other woman, and but keep her in the family, because why would you throw her out for that? And that's it.
Right. Yeah. So I observe. I've been working on a college campus for a long time now. I observed some of the women who I knew when we were like college students, like young people, and I see them today. There's this one particular woman. She has gone through several major religions right now the last couple of years, and Urzuli might know who I'm talking about too. Right now, she's on what's the group that hands out the tracts, the Watchtower, Jehovah's Witnesses, right? Yeah, it's Jehovah's. Yeah, Jehovah's Witnesses. Yeah, she's on that now, and I look at her and I'm like, man, like, you give everything to this before you get to work. You out there giving out tracts. As soon as work done, I see you on the junction giving out tracts. In the winter, it's raining. I'm like, you should be giving yourself to a man somewhere, and you and a man enjoying life together. We only have one of these things, as far as I know, called life, and you should be enjoying that stuff, man. But so when I said, you hit 45 and those kind of age, I'm talking about women in my age group. Like, yeah, if you hit those ages, instead of being lonely out here or doing something desperate, I mentioned the church. Another example is that woman who was talking to the 17-year-old kid. That's some desperation shit too. Like, instead of doing that, it makes more sense to make yourself available, in my opinion, to a man who is definitely the 4 things Bakari mentioned, because usually we only hear about the 2 things, provider and protector, right? But all the other things as well. I think it just makes sense, in my opinion. But again, we don't have the history, the cultural history there to promote it and support it in the right way. And that's something we should probably think about doing in the future. A couple of women responded. I can't get to all the chat messages, so I apologize. But Marcus Garvey's Dewey said polygamy makes sense. Our men live like it's a reality now, despite being across the globe. That behavior hasn't ended in most Black cultures globally. It's called horning, button, cheating, sweethearting, all that kind of thing. Sister Ross says the Caucasoids law let you have 1 queen at a time, but you can have 99 queens and 99 children legally on the side out of marriage. That's what's happening. We have the wrong folks doing it too, in my opinion, in my humble opinion. You guys, when you listen to the playback, if you're not live with us, make sure to check out the chat. A lot of people are participating in the chat. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I was just, I thought of something. You remember, it might have been, was it like a year old? It may have been more than a year. Remember when y'all did a show where Urzuli was in the show, It was about African filmmakers, black filmmakers. Remember y'all when y'all was doing the movie premieres?
Oh, when we were doing the movie reviews?
Oh yeah. Okay, you remember and on we was talking about that brother from Senegal. I think his last name was Simone. I can't remember his first name, but he was a Senegalese filmmaker.
Okay.
Y'all bought him. That's the first time I ever heard of him when y'all bought him up, because I looked him up, and he had a movie that he had did. It was like politics in Africa, but anyway, it was about this one politician, this one brother, and he had two wives. Remember, he had an older wife and a younger wife.
I remember that. Yes,
He had an older wife and a younger wife, and his older wife, she had her own house, and the younger wife had, she stayed in the house with him. Y'all remember? So I'm saying, when we talk about the subject of polygyny, we talk. I mean, talking to the Pookie and Ray Rays, we ain't talking about you going out there and doing this. I mean, it comes with responsibility. That's what I'm saying. Right. Remember, his older wife, his one wife had her house, and the other wife had her house. I mean, you gotta be in a position to provide. You know what I'm saying? That's the only reason I was bringing it up. But you remember that show we did that time?
Yeah, I remember.
For some reason, I don't remember. I don't remember.
I'll send you the movie. Koku. I remember the movie. So.
I can't think of the name of the movie, but I know the producer, the director. He was a brother named Cineme, something like Cineme. He was one of a legendary African film producer.
Yeah, I remember the movie. I'll send it to you, Koku.
Yeah. Okay, then. My bad.
All right. No need to apologize here, man. I except I will apologize that this prompt came with two links. One was what I showed you guys. The second was a tweet from Shez Sade. You guys, for 2024, you guys who are on Twitter, and a bunch of us are on Twitter, we follow each other and stuff like that. Reach out to Shez Sade and ask her to come through on Shoot the Breeze or something one time. I kind of like her from a distance. I like what she puts up on Twitter. She tweets here. Yeah, I noticed that Black folks who grew up outside of Western influence often possess basic common sense. They value marriage, think kids are a blessing, know fathers are important, aren't confused about gender, respect their elders, and reverence for God. So I just want to add that too. We kind of touched on.
Yeah, she's a good sister, Koku, but her and my sister and Marcus Garvey is way by contend because she's a big Christian sister, and Marcus Garvey's way don't business with that. Neither raw I tell either. So I don't know if the content might be heavy for her, but she's a good sister though. She's a good sister.
Yeah, I recently got the impression that she deals in that Christianity thing too. So you're right about that. But once you don't put your religion first, I'm cool on that. You know what? Let's go to Shoot the Breeze. Start with number 5 for time's sake. We're reaching the third. We're about to finish the third hour, so let's get through it. Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 tonight says silent genocide in the Congo. Why no international outcry? Let me set up the attachment. It's going to take us to Facebook, which I haven't been on. I hope this works. Yeah, I don't have. Okay, it looks like it might work here. Let me share this and let me see if I can get this queued up properly here. So this is a video from Congo Friends. And what I'll do is it's probably a short, like a minute. I'll try to play it twice. I don't know how to start these things from the start. So I'll play it and we'll discuss it after.
That we've been discussing. And it has warranted almost no sustained and enterprising reporting from the media of the world. It has obtained no great purchase on the popular imagination. Millions of people dead.
Why is it that nobody's talking about it? This is the same international community that said, when there was a Holocaust, that no more genocide would take place, and yet the same community left Rwanda genocide take place, And yet, those who committed genocide in Rwanda crossed over in the Congo, and the Congo has become the victim of what happened in Rwanda, and what the international community didn't do to stop it.
Imagine, I mean, you may not even be able to put your wrap your mind around it, but imagine nearly 6 million people dying in the middle of Europe, and yet we're silent.
Millions of Congolese people have lost their life as a result of the crises that we've been discussing, and it has warranted almost no sustained and enterprising reporting from the media of the world. It has obtained no great purchase on the popular imagination. Millions of people dead.
Why is it that nobody's talking about it? This is the same international community that said, when there was a Holocaust, that no more genocide would take place, and yet the same community left Rwanda genocide take place, and yet those who committed genocide in Rwanda crossed over in the Congo, and the Congo has become the victim of what happened in Rwanda, and what the international community didn't do.
Imagine.
All right. I think we all caught that. Afro Native World told me to ask Camji to invite her. I could do that too. I will do that. Marcus Garvey the way says, because it's not marketed, quote unquote, marketed as important enough to be vested in. Folks would pray for France on every hashtag because you've been told to. Congo, who that? Yeah, that's a fact. Thank you for that. Marcus Garvey is the way. Let me start a little differently this time. I'm gonna start with Oni, and if I happen not to be here when Oni's done, we'll go to Anthony next. All right. So Oni, what say you?
Oh dang, he said he's gonna step away as soon as I start talking. I'll say this though. He didn't even hide it either. He was just like, I'm gonna step away. If I'm not here, if Oni happens to finish early. All right. So what I'm gonna say is this. Interestingly, when I was in college, one of the first Pan-Africanist organizations I met was the Congo Friends, Friends of the Congo. And so honestly, when I first created Twitter, it was only to follow these guys. The brother gave this good speech on Pan-Africanism. And then I was like, and at that time, I didn't even know what Pan-Africanism was, and you got to listen to what I just said. I was in college.
Oni, I'm sorry. I just wanted to ask you: is that the group that Alambe Bratham was with?
No, I think Alambe Brath was. I think that was Carlos Cook's organization.
No, I'm talking about they had like a Patrice Lumumba Cook, something like that.
No, this is Friends of the Congo. It's like it's they're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying. I know Alambe Brath had a organization for the Congo too. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, bro. Go ahead, man.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I don't even know. I don't know if he did, but I mean, you did encyclopedia, so I don't know why you asking me. You know what I'm saying? I was gonna be asking you, but what I'm saying is this though. But yeah. So that was the organization. I didn't even know about Pan-Africanism, and I was going to college. So the big question of, hey, why there's no international outcry? First off, ain't nobody even talking about Africa in that kind of way. Like I was plugged in. I knew about sharecropping and that kind of stuff and racism in America pretty deeply, and I didn't know about what was going on on the content. Like I didn't even know about the political movement. So I asked his brother. He gave me 2 book recommendations. I actually finally read one, or maybe both. No, I read both of them finally. He told me to read Wretched of the Earth, and he told me to read Kwame Nkrumah, maybe Challenge of the Congo, possibly. I'm not sure if he said Challenge of the Congo or not, but like I read that obviously, and I read Wretched of the Earth. In fact, I read it on YouTube for those you don't know. And I'm just talking long because I know that I know the brother is not here, but no. But I'm saying though is that as far as the concern, it's like why they not no international outcry? Because it's not. First off, they're the ones doing it. Okay, they're the ones doing it. So if they are doing it, why would they be talking about it? It's like common sense. Like the guy said, what if there's 6 million people dead in Europe? Okay, whose job would it be to talk about 6 million dead in Europe? My job? Like, if I'm the one going to Europe and killing 6 million people, should I be there broadcasting it and telling anybody, oh, I just went to Europe and killed 6 million people and I'm stealing from them? No, I would not do that. If I go to Europe to take their resources, right? I'm not, and I'm brutal and I'm killing people left and right, unless I'm trying to brag with you people. You know, if I'm trying to brag with some folk, I'm not going to say that. So the problem with us is that, you know, the United Nations is behind it. Okay? The United Nations, and y'all know where the United Nations is stationed. You know, the United States is behind it. Belgium is behind it. France, England, them people, they're behind it. Now you want the people doing the crime to also inform other people who might put up some sort of resistance to it. Like that's the insane part of it. That's the insane part that we have, where we do not understand that these people are doing, like, the people who are like the criminal, if they're not looking to get caught. The criminal, if they're not looking to get caught, do not broadcast their crimes. The reason why the what's going on in the Congo is so quiet is because the people who have the media are also the people doing it. So they're not going to use their media to discuss what they're doing. That's all I'm going to say. I'm guessing Koku's not here, so I think he said...
I'm back. But Anthony asked a question about Elambe. Elambe was involved in that group, Wadu. And yeah, he had the Patrice Lumumba Coalition.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, because we had Elambe Brath speak at a Black, I don't know if Razuli remembers this, but we had him speak at a Black History Month celebration one time. So yeah, he was the Patrice Lumumba Coalition. But go ahead, Anthony.
Okay. All right, Koku, this is gonna get a little bit deep. Because you remember, I don't know if you remember, it was probably about a couple of months ago, I sent you a video about about this sister. She's from the UK. Her name was Dami Akanusi, and they did a show on Ancestor House. You remember that video that I sent you?
Yeah. Talk about it.
It's called The Rape of the Congo. Okay, and the brother who was on the show, he was a Dr. Ya Linjeni. He's a Congolese, a Congolese guy. He's a Congolese brother, historian. You know, he's a deep brother. He's from Congo. Okay. Now, see, I mean, I'm saying a couple of things, but I'm tying it all in because I remember, like, some months ago we had a show where we was talking about, like, Paul Kagame. Okay, now for the tie it in. Okay, now in 94, that's when the Rwandan genocide happened. Okay, after the genocide, Kagame, you know, he won. He became president of Rwanda. And he basically, okay, he got in bed with the West, with France, the United States, and all them. You know, I guess, I don't know if they had a guilt trip because he had already been telling them about the genocide that was going on before then. And I guess it was like a makeup call or whatever. But anyway, he got in bed with them. Okay, after that, they started undermining the Congo government, which, you know, Mobutu was the devil, was evil, was a straight bastard. You know what I'm saying? But they started, the Western powers and the corporations and everything, they said, well, we see a way that we can finally get Mobutu on out the way. You know, he been our slave for I don't know how long, but we can get him on out the way. And Kagame and the brother who's the president of Uganda, they was in it. Them two. Both of them was in it. They was on the side of the West. So they facilitated the conflict in the Congo. They got, by 97, they got Mobutu up out of there. Okay, the one thing that they wanted, and that's been going on ever since then, was to destabilize the Congo, because the Congo is the richest piece of landscape in the world. I think they said they estimated like $16 to $20 trillion worth of wealth in the soil of the Congo. No, this is the richest. If you had a strong Congo, man, do you know what the repercussion that would have for all of Africa? For the whole African continent? a strong, stable Congo with a Pan-African leadership. You know what I'm saying? It's almost what you need for Africa to get right. Congo and Nigeria. Okay, what I'm saying, okay. So what happened? After they got Mobutu up out of there, and they bought Laurent Kabila in because he was a collaborator at first. But Laurent Kabila, he said, well, you know, forget that. He went back on the deal, man. Forget that. You know what? I'm for Congo. You know, I mean, I'm for us. We for keeping all our stuff in our hands. Well, they laid there and they assassinated him. Now, you know, all us who holding cell phones in our hand right now, you know, coltan is the major thing that powers a cell phone. Rwanda does not produce any coltan. Ain't no coltan produced in Rwanda. But Rwanda is the biggest exporter of coltan. You know what I'm saying? The biggest exporter of coltan. Where they get their coltan from? They get their coltan from exploiting the coltan from the Congo. Rwanda it's a militia, a guerrilla. I'm gonna call them a terrorist group called M23. That's in the Congo, and that's who committing all of the rapes and murders and the genocide. I mean, they're not the only one, because you have other factions too. But I'm saying, but it's mainly M23 who committed, because all this is in the eastern region of Congo. You always hear about the Eastern Congo, because this is the area that borders Rwanda and Uganda. And that organization is funded by, guess who? Paul Kagame and Museveni in Uganda. It's funded by them. I mean, it's funded by them directly, like hand to hand, but it's really funded by the West, the United States, Belgium, France, Britain, and all of them, and all their foreign corporations. So this like this genocide thing, man. I've been reading about this here for like about damn near 20 years. It's been going on for, I mean, it's about 6, 7, 8, 9 million people. And the baggers of the thing is Kagame. I mean, on the continent, it's Kagame. Man, Kagame is a devil. That man is evil. He's evil. Kagame and Museveni, both of them. Those dudes are pitiful, man. But I'm saying, I mean, but they pitiful little devils though. They ain't the big devils. No, they working for the big devils. But like, if you check out Coco, if you check out that document, I don't know if you got a chance to look at it. Check it out and listen at it. This is a Congolese brother telling you about it. You know what I'm saying, brother? Dr. Ya and Jengy. This is a Congolese. I mean, it ain't me. It ain't an outsider. It's him, and he go into vivid detail. He break the whole thing down. Check it out, man. And that's what. I mean, I don't know, man. It hurt my heart, man. It hurt my heart because it's something that's dear to my heart, man. Because I've been reading about it and studying about it for like 20 years about the genocide in the Congo, man. I don't want to go on a rant on that, man. I'll leave it at that, though.
No, I appreciate that. Like I say, like Oni said, walking encyclopedia, man. Thank you for that, Anthony. Also, I think Kenya is mucking around in the Congo too, actually.
Yeah, it sure is. Yeah, recently, yeah.
Yeah, you got to keep an eye on that too. Such a shame. But let's welcome in our boy Jose. I know it's late where he is, so I appreciate you coming on. Jose, how are you this week?
Peace, Jose.
I'm okay. Yeah, I'm okay, but it's not late. It's very early.
Oh, very early. Right.
It's 5:15 here, but I don't know. Sleep is fleeing from me. But I don't chase it tonight. I don't chase it. But yeah, I always had doubts, about this massacre. It may sound gore or controversial, but just like the genocide in Rwanda, each year they added 500,000 people, and I don't want to play it down, but sometimes I see those images of those those good doers collecting money for the child slaves in those mines. And in Senegal, I've been to mines like that, right? So you got an Australian miner, a minefield of of about a mile across, with big machines, etc. And a couple of miles down the road, it's locals digging, searching for gold with their bare hands. And so when I here in the Netherlands, they show a clip, and then you see a small child climb up a hill with a sack, and then an adult kind of pushes him or hits him in the head, right? And I thought about what I saw in those mines, and that was, a whole complete families were digging, right? And yeah, children are small, so a lot of the times it's the children that are down there, right? And when I see that, each time when I see that clip, it reminds me of that mine that I saw, and I'm hearing that adults say, "What are you still doing here? Your mom is looking for you. Go home," right? You understand what I mean? Anyone following what I'm saying? So I have doubts. Okay. So right now in this show, I hear confirmation. I hear confirmation that it's true, but me, I always have doubts. Why aren't we hearing about cities of glass on the moon, or why aren't we hearing of of why aren't we hearing of the moon being hollow? Well, maybe because there's no cities of glass on the moon, and maybe that's because the moon is not hollow. You understand what I'm saying? So that's why I came in. But okay, before it was my turn, I was updated. Let me put it that way. But still, I wanted to say. I wanted to say what I just said. I will always keep my doubts.
I appreciate that, Jose. That takes me to Buana. Buana, what say you?
Yeah. So the question is asked, why haven't we heard in terms publicly in terms of the genocide in the Congo? So since the majority of the brothers on the panel uh, in America, I just address them from the American perspective. Why haven't you all heard about it? So I'll give you all brothers two names. The first name is this lady called Karine Jean Pierre. And for people who don't know who she is Joe Biden's press secretary. Okay? She is a black woman from Haiti. Uh, she is a lesbian woman,
Yep.
but she speaks on behalf of the policies internationally for Joe Biden, internationally and locally as well. But she basically forwards that information on to the American people. So that's how you know in the mainstream what's happening globally around the world. There's another man. There's a man. His name is Simon Ateba. So most people probably wouldn't know who he is. He is what people would consider to be an African correspondent, journalist. He has access to the White House. So now I want y'all to go on the internet and find out the just type in Karine Jean Pierre versus Simon Ateba. And the reason why I say that is because he is the person who is the United States usually liaisons with, one of the main journalists in terms of African affairs. And there have been many discussions of back and forth between these two people because he's been trying to forward questions in terms of what's going on at the ground in Africa. But Karine Jean Pierre continues to ignore him intentionally. She does not want to address the relationship or African issues. When Simon Ateba tries to ask the questions publicly, even though he's a journalist, he's probably one of the only African journalists in the room. He may ask the questions in terms of what's happening in Congo, what's happening in Nigeria, what's happened. He been trying to do these kinds of things, and Korean Stephen at the behest of Joe Biden ignores him. Been ignoring his questions for years, to a point to where he had to go on Fox, he had to go on Jimmy Dore. He had to. As a matter of fact, they dismissed him. They stopped him from coming in the press secretary in the room. As far as the journalists who are allowed to come into the White House, they had to stop permitting them to come in. So now he can't even ask questions to forward questions in terms of on Africa's behalf. So it really and truly, they would discuss African issues while he's sitting in the room and wouldn't even ask him a single question. And he's the only African person in the room. They would do dismissive bullshit like that. So it is an intentional act on the behalf of your government to not have these issues aired on Front Street, because you want to mask certain things. You don't want the mass American public to know certain things, especially with genocide going on in particular areas, because you want to extract wealth from these countries. You gonna know about the genocide in Israel and Palestine, but you ain't gonna know nothing about the genocide in Israel. You ain't gonna know what's going on in Haiti, my next door neighbor, and what's happening on the ground there. There are certain things your government does not want the general rank and file person to know. This is why y'all don't know it. Francis, and by the way, Simon Entebbe is from Cameroon. So he's one of the neighbors of Central African country of Congo. He knows what's going on. So does Francis Ngannou. Francis Ngannou knows. And I wouldn't put that all on him, even though he's an athlete. He should speak to these kinds of things. Because he know what he's coming from. If you're coming out of hell, you must tell the people of hell you're coming from now that you get national attention and notoriety. You want to talk about polygamy? Fine. But tell me what else happening in the country as well. They'll lock him off to these ridiculous, silly questions, but you ain't gonna talk about the circumstances in which he has to run from to come to the America to fighting prize matches. So the responsibility becomes on the athlete now to address these things, because you know what you're coming from, brother. If I was a Haitian, or if I was as a Bahamian, I can speak from the perspective of a Bahamian. If I come in and I get an international audience in America, I can speak to what's happening on the ground in my country, even if it would affect my neighbors. I can talk about. You think you could close my mouth for some dollars? No. The brothers who have public platforms must address these things now that they have a national stage to do so, because they didn't have one before. But now that the microphone is in your mouth, don't just talk about the relationships and the petty little questions these people want to ask. Address the things that's happening in Cameroon and the Congo and what these people are doing in your country to exploit your people. You can't just keep your mouth shut and talk about ridiculous things. But who you sleeping with? Come on, man. So the onus is on the men of us as men to address these things when we have a public platform to do so. I am focused. My focus is on Kenya coming to Haiti. I ain't moving for that yet. Because if it come into my neighbors trying to create consternation and turmoil or whatever, I focusing on that. You ain't gonna move me off of that. You ain't gonna take me to Israel or Palestine and none of them other places. Because I know if you could come for the Haitians, you're coming for me next. The people don't want to talk about that. But I'll leave it there, man. I'll leave it.
Good stuff, Juana. Good stuff. I appreciate what you said there. It seems like Black Steel is familiar with Homegirl there. But before I get to Black Steel, let's welcome in our boy RBG. Real Black Gentleman, how are you this week?
I'm all right.
Good. RBG, what is?
Well, I mean, again, I think the tail on what Oni said, it becomes like asking, you know what I'm saying, the wolf to tell what's going on in the hen house. It's like, I mean, the question, why no international outcry? I mean, well, let's think about the nations around it. I mean, they were talking about Uganda and Rwanda. Well, I mean, you have countries to the north, you have countries to the south. Like, I guess what I'm trying to say is that, you want to listen to what the people around it are saying as well. I mean, in some sense, when there's a fight going on, at a neighbor's house, you try to be aware of what's going on, but you don't really get too nosy. I mean, you try to find out as much as you can, but nonetheless, I mean, there's only so much intervention that you should do with prudence. You know what I'm saying? If you have an advantage to somehow subdue the situation to benefit you and all parties, then you can do that. There's a lot of people in Congo. The countries around it, I mean, don't really have so many people. I mean, that's part of it. I mean, like Oni said, if the Congo was a whole unit, idealistically, and it can be. I mean, it's the geography is beautiful. The Congo can be utilized. I mean, just awesome transport, like it's been historically. I mean, good seaworthy vessels and good transports. I mean, jungle is jungle. There's a lot of trees and whatnot. I mean, if you can float a barge, you know what I'm saying? That's one way of moving. I mean, naturally, you know what I'm saying? You want to build roads, but it's difficult. You know what I'm saying? For part of it, I think, want to say is that, it's like, Congo has a gun to its head. You know what I'm saying? It's like anytime Congo tries to assert itself proper and say, hey, we're Congolese, like, damn it, like, this is what we're going to do. It's like everyone looks at it, it's like everyone looks at it as like, you're a big guy, but you're kind of scrawny. And so you get picked on. Congo's like a big, scrawny dude. You know what I'm saying? It's big, but it's scrawny, and it can't really, it's trying to bulk up, but it gets attacked every time, you know what I'm saying? So, like, part of it is the whole, I mean, these borders that, I don't know, I can't gauge Uganda or Rwanda's motives into, like, crossing into it. Part of me says that the line really shouldn't matter. And although the destabilization aspect is critical. I mean, troops are moving around, but it's not pretty. Problem is, a lot of this, I hope is not, I fear that it is, propped up by the West. So it's not an internal conflict. It's someone leaning probably on both sides. As far as the people dying, oh my goodness gracious. That just goes into, there's no way, no one close enough can make sure that people have the, what I'm saying, just, the amenities to, shelter themselves in the midst of conflict that's tearing up, civil war of all manner. I'm not a military man. All I can do is observe, and I don't really have a dog in the fight. I want African unity. I don't want these men to wind up exhausting themselves, in basically a grotesque spectacle of assertiveness. I mean, it's one thing to say that a man should do something. The problem is, when you look at it from the bottom side, you have a lot of men from a lot of sides getting told to do something. It's difficult. I really want to see peace. I really want to see a lot more. This is where, like, the countries around the Congo, all of them, maybe that's one way of trying to, protect the Congo, is that the ring of countries around it can kind of like look at it and see how is it in our best interest if we can all like make this work for everyone. Because naturally the Congo could, is the potential like engine of Africa. It's right there in the middle. I mean, but it's just a territorial expression. Ideally, again, I've said this before, I wish that there was a whole territorial from the Atlantic to, the Eastern Ocean, like a whole state. But because of these white man's lines, and we got people fighting over turf naturally, it's hard to get that unity. I mean, someone that said there used to be there was trying to be a federation between the Tanzanians and the Congolese. Someone had said that earlier. I don't know where I heard that from, but it's things where we African people. I mean, I'm not on the ground. I can go in any time, but even if I were, like, there's still free prior conditions on the ground. It's not like I'm just going to be over there, open my mouth and like say, you know, and speaking into existence. I mean, it doesn't work like that. You have to contend with people. And the contention takes time, and you know, time is not necessarily one we want to waste. Sometimes you just want to go along to get along, unless you can, like I say, have advantage over a situation and for all parties to the maximum benefit of most parties. And even then, there might be some people who are aggrieved. I mean, these are things, you know what I'm saying? If you're a soldier, you know there's going to be casualties, but you have to proceed on with the mission. I mean, like I said, I'm not a military guy. I can recognize how that works. I mean, when you have a lot of African countries where the military is taking over, that's just natural nature. You're going to have an army, whether or not, you know what I'm saying, it would be, you know what I'm saying, an army of a national character or basically a rebel group, you know what I'm saying? That could be within the nation or with transnational, and you know, it's an ugly thing. It's a thing, but there's indifference to it too. I cannot, you know, the African countries, you know, what can the Central African Republic do to help the Congo? That's a real question. Like, what can Angola do to help the Congo? That's a real question. Like, these are things that, and you know, in order to really help the Congo, you got to think about the people who surround it and see if they can't build a ring of like protection around it. Even the people who may be kind of like, I don't think that the Ugandan people want to attack the Congolese people. I think it's more sophisticated and nuanced and what's the word I want to say? Primary than that. That's all I got to say.
Appreciate that, RBG. My follow-up question to all of this at the end, after Black Steel goes, I think he's the last one to go. You know, what can diasporans do? What can we outside the continent really do to help the Congo? I'd like to hear some brief ideas from you guys before we do Shoot the Breeze topic number 6, the last one for the night. Black Steel, you seem to know homegirl. What say you to all of this?
So old girl, the Haitian girl, she's a bird, man. I can't really say enough bad things about her. She's a complete Democratic shill for, you know, anything Biden says she does. She has no principles, no morals. One thing I want to say, I think it's very disturbing to hear Black people really talk about they don't believe that this is happening. That's very disturbing to me. So the Congo War has produced the most casualties of people since the Second World War. This is a horrible thing that's happening. Move back, boy. My dog's in the way. But basically, though, it's the reason. First of all, the reason why is people. So number one, it's happening to Black people. Number one, and truth be told, we don't really care about Black people. Number two, Black people, African people don't control the media. They control the apparatus of the state. So since we don't have control over the media, we're not really going to hear too much widespread information about this. And three, I think that people, like as it was said before by Anthony McPhail, that the world requires the resources that exist in the Congo to be sold below market value in order for them to create the PlayStation, the Xboxes, and the cell phones and the other smart TVs that we all get on Black Friday. When I say we, I'm talking about Americans, mostly the West. So they need this country. They need this information. They need this to happen. And the reason why it's not cheaper going to change because we don't control the information is getting out. Also, too, I think it's crazy that these African leaders, Kagame and Museveni, they are facilitating this Congo, this destruction and the death of African people as a way to pad their pockets, as a way for them to benefit. They don't really care what's happening. And I think part of the problem with African leadership is that they have no responsibility to the masses of the people. Most of them just in it for their own self-aggrandizement and to make a couple dollars. But then because we don't know anything about it at all, I'm sorry. Ozulu said, y'all driving Teslas. Sir, I'm a Tesla, sir. I can't afford a fucking Tesla. Anyways, I just, to me, the reason why this is going on, because we don't really know, we don't have control of this. I think what we can do most is that we can raise awareness about this issue that's happening. More people can be aware. And I think overall, I think we have to have organization, because one thing African people have lacked for a long time is organization, and that's very much by design. You know, our organizational skills, our organizations have been undermined and destroyed. Whenever we organize, whenever we plan to unite and do some those organizations come under direct attack by the state. And I'm talking about everything from the Black Panthers to Marcus Garvey to the Black Liberation Army to the Not Fucking Around Coalition. Anytime we have these organizations come to be created, they get attacked and undermined. But that doesn't mean we stop trying to do it, because we need organization. We need to have control over the Congo, and we need to organize our people. These people like Kagame and these other people working on behalf of the Western powers, they have to be destroyed. For some reason, the International Criminal Court only seems to bring Africans up on charges for some reason, but they let these motherfuckers go around for all these years and doing what the hell they doing. They got that dude out of Liberia and Sierra Leone because those places weren't weren't viable economically. You know, South Africa recently brought charges to the International Criminal Court for Gaza, but South Africa, come on, you know, you got what's going on in Congo in your goddamn backyard. You can bring criminal charges against Israel, and very well, that's accurate, but you can't bring charges against your people, against people who are murdering Africans. You can't even mention it. So to me, it's crazy that Black people have become so desensitized to other Black people suffering that we'll put another group of people suffering over our own peoples. And I'm not saying those people's suffering isn't valid, but how are you going to sit up here and have millions of people killed, children displaced, resources stolen, and yet you're going to skip over them and say about what's happening to Gaza? Get the fuck out of here. I'll leave it there, Coco. Thank you.
Appreciate that. So a quick follow-up. I do want to get to this last topic. But, you know, what should we as diasporans, what should we be doing? Who has some ideas?
I got Coco.
Go ahead.
I say we should back in the days you would have went to the United Nations, but the United Nations is one of the key culprits. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, I think that I want to say, well, we need to appeal to the African Union, but then but look who they are. What I'm saying, I think it's got to be a grassroots thing, though, man. Across Africa, you know, across the African world, a grassroots thing. You know, that's the only way. You can't go to the politicians because the politicians is gone. You know, they're gonna be politicians. You know, they like I said, they for their pocketbook. But it's this one sister. She lives in Canada and she has a show. She has a YouTube show. It's called the You and I Talk Show. No, U-I. No, like you and me, you and I. It's called the You and I Talk Show, and she's from Rwanda. And she really goes in on the Kagame regime, man. But like she raises a lot of those issues up about the genocide in the Eastern Congo, you know, about a whole lot of topics, man. You know, it's a couple of other ones. It's this brother Louise, he's from the Congo. I'm trying to think of the last point. His name is Louise. I mean, the only thing I ain't like about him because he with that Uhuru Solidarity movement. But I mean, he does a lot. He has a YouTube channel, man. He does a lot of good work, man, about raising the issues about the genocide in the Congo. And I think we just all need to we just need to keep it in the forefront. That's one thing that I think we could do. We need to keep it in the forefront, and it has to be a grassroots thing. I don't think we can go through like the United Nations or the African Union, because that ain't nothing but the United Nations part too. You know what I'm saying? It gotta be a grassroots kind of thing, man. That's what I think. That's how I think that we could support it, man. That's what I think.
I get it. I get an idea. For the brothers who are in New York City, New York City is an international city. So I'm sure you have a Congolese community there, whether it's a Congolese church, Congolese organization. I'm sure that there are a Congolese person that you can approach and ask them, a responsible Congolese person, is there an organization that I could make any kind of financial donation to or tangible, whether through clothes or time or whatever, in terms of contributing on giving my service, product, or whatever, or what's happening on the ground in the Congo. In terms of the brothers and sisters who may not necessarily be in a metropolitan city, you could always go online and find a Congolese organization of your choice. I'm sure there are going to be English speaking ones, not only French speaking ones, who possibly trying to do something on the ground and just do an act of sacrifice. And whether it's a financial sacrifice or another type of sacrifice, approach these organizations online, ask them how can I assist. And I ain't saying to spend all your money. I'm saying to make an act of sacrifice in terms of solidarity towards the people on the ground in these areas. That's what I would suggest. Doing people who don't have a frequent contact in terms of speaking a Congolese person and things of that nature, make a act of sacrifice for an organization in terms of what they are trying to do on the ground in the Congo. And you could do that with other African countries as well. And like I say, you don't have to spend all your money, but in the show of solidarity, in the show of in the spirit of Pan Africanism, do something that is sacrificial, not $1.
I
Hey,
want to
can I
clarify
just say one
myself.
thing real quick? I'll be brief, and I will shut up. Can I say one thing real quick?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead. And
Okay.
then Joe.
Yeah, I was just thinking about something that Buono just said. One thing, it just dawned on me. One thing that we can do, let's put out like some kind of publication about the genocide in the Congo and like pass it around to the churches. Everybody go to church. Let's put a publication. It don't have to be like a 30-page thing or a few 10 pages, 5 pages, whatever, and talk about what's going on in Congo. And then our hidden point would be every time you pick up your cell phone, think about the Congo. The Congo. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. I don't know where. Maybe in churches that may work counterproductive, but that's just my. I want to clarify myself. It's happening, right? But it's what I say. Yes, the thought of it is gore to criticize it or to have doubts. But the doubts that I have is how it arrives here, because they speak of it, but it's typical, and that's that's the connection with my opinion about spreading doing the marketing in churches. It's those images that we are looking at now, that are ingrained in our minds. So yeah, maybe we should have another approach, like for example, doing business, at least doing business with Africa. Now is the time, now is the time to, and it's actually doing business is actually warfare. So if you can what I've seen, if you create jobs, right? If you create jobs, or once I sponsored a soccer tournament, and it's way more easy to have an impact than we think. So if we just do business, if we just do good things there, the actually things that we in the West also need that's self-esteem, right? If you in their eyes, we come from the rich United States and Europe, and we take the time, or that's what I noticed also. So we go there and we farm, or we go there and we sell mangoes from the south of Senegal in Dakar, and we take all this effort, right? In their eyes, that's already valuing them and their country, right? So of course it's a little more when a white guy does it, right? But I hope you understand what I mean. It's not tomorrow that it's gonna stop, right? So these are we know how sick we are, right? Also in the West, we're confused. It's gonna take time, and so little steps eventually lead to great deeds. You understand? So I believe it's deeds. It's not making people aware, but it's actually action. And that was it.
Appreciate that. Any other last thoughts about what we can be doing as diasporans? All right. So what we'll do is we'll just go right into it without further ado. Thank you for all the comments in the chat. Brother Bakari's out there. I expected Brother Bakari to be boogieing right now, but I guess you have a little break going on. But thanks for all the comments. What we'll do is go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 6. It's the last one for the night. Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 says, does it matter that our revolutionaries die? Is it politically expedient in the modern era for those pursuing political power not to die poor? Are people more principled, rich, or poor? This came with a tweet that goes to what's his brother's name? Philosopher King Myron. He says a lot of black revolutionaries died broke. Fanon quit his hospital job to join the FLN. Du Bois was never liked by peers and poor his whole life. Garvey died in infamy in London because he couldn't take being harassed by his own people in Jamaica. I don't think that's true, by the way. Huey never had a 9-to-5 after the BPP, Black Panther Party. He goes on to say, in this way, they are like most black people and most people around the world. But my question for people so centered on dying rich is that after you die, what is it going to matter to you if you are rich or poor? Do heaven got ATMs? Do hell take cash, card, or Apple Pay? All right. I have some thoughts on this because I've seen this up close. And I've talked about it before. I think it's too much. I'm not going to say too much, but I'll say I think black folks got to stop with this struggle in the struggle, right? We got to struggle in the struggle. I remember my uncle used to call this thing that we're doing, they used to call that the struggle back home. And this idea that you have to just be a pauper for the struggle, I'm not with that. I think we have lives, and we're supposed to have full lives. I don't think you're supposed to be a pauper just to try to help your people recognize what's necessary for your people. I think our people need to support like the matron out there, the revolution matron always said, support your thinkers, man. Support your doers. So I don't believe in that. You don't necessarily have to be rich, or filthy rich or something, but you shouldn't be dying a pauper. I'll say that. With that said, I'll throw it to Real Black Gentleman. What say you on this?
Well, how would I say it? I mean, you can't necessarily expect, unless, their goal in life was to accumulate wealth, and it would be evident by, the money trail, as it were, and the accumulation of, exquisite goods. I mean, again, like, I don't know how to say it. It's like, I don't want to say what comes to mind honestly is Cress Wilson, you know, in Dr. Ben, you know, this goes to just the utter lack of autonomy in a sense of just having our own town, our own, you know, our own little village, our own autonomous territory. Even in America, we have neighborhoods here, a house there. That, you know, that's one thing that, you know, black people need some sort of capital city in the United States. We have to build it, and just by our sheer will, just mold it to just, I mean, that's the whole thing. I mean, even then, like, they go to the conversation, how the tolerances of like how black is this going to be, and you know, having your you know what I'm saying, in the sense of like, you know, is it going to be stringent? Like, you know, there's always there's a fine line between being extra stringent, you know. I want to say there's a fine line. There winds up being a gulf. Either you're going to be like very stringent, then there's a gray area where it's like not really certain, or you'll just kind of be like, you know, it'll be diffuse. You know, you want to make sure if it's truly black, it'd be incredibly, and then that goes back to concentration, which is not something I think we should be afraid of. Anything that we do as black people that we think is high quality, we should at least have the instructions to make that shit, and make it so that, look, if you see, you know, a black person doing something like, you know, on a high end level, like, look, you should be able to do this too, in case, you know what I'm saying, like, I done wrote the note somewhere, it's not really complicated, just go through this and do it like this, and you go ahead and do it. That's part of it. I mean, the stress, you know, not being able to relax, and just part of it's just, you know, if you are just a general, if you are about that life where you are truly driven, and you basically almost sacrifice family for just being out or being in one spot and allowing the people to receive the people as they are, it's going to be a drain. You're going to expend your own resources one way or another. The ability of people to just replenish you, I mean, then we're talking about, well, how much time am I going to spend on trying? You can do that. Like I said, it become a fine line, or it turns into people, frankly, who wind up asking for more money than otherwise. You know, you know what I'm saying? People start to grift. You know what I'm saying? They might, in their own minds, mean well, but it's somehow, some way, it just it's hard. You want part of it is that I think that it's a time thing. Again, people like Martin Luther King, you know what I'm saying, he wasn't really a revolutionary, but he kind of was. But you do have people who have lived long lives, and those longer lives have drained. They become targeted. They become frustrated. You know what I'm saying? They become frustrated. They use a lot of resources. They wind up spinning their wheels in life. I mean, it's like a Huey P. He winds up, you know what I'm saying? It's like, damn, it's like own people got him over some dumb hood shit. Silly, goofy shit. I mean, it's like, the dude didn't even recognize I mean, there's nothing, I can't sit here and say people make mistakes, people, you know what I'm saying, act out, but I can't, from my perspective in my life, never, I mean, I couldn't say that Huey P deserved to go down like that at all, never. I could never ever say that. And so it's like, it's sometimes it be your own people. You know what I'm saying? It's like there's the inside and the outside struggle. And it's just, you know, we all want something. I mean, I do. I want things from my people, and I want to have a sense of encouragement, but I don't live off that. I don't need that. If people don't give me the money that I would say, like, damn, I done drove this much. I done got this, this got these materials, and did these organizations. I've done all this planning in logistics, and did all this stuff year in and year out. And it's like, people just haven't. But I think that you know, it's priceless what, you know, education and learning is. It winds up being priceless because through it, I mean, when you generally get enough people to learn what you're talking about, things do move ahead in a way that cannot be calculated, certainly by money, and yeah, people should have better stuff. I mean, that's part of that's fighting the outside, you know what I'm saying, before worry about the people on the inside, giving in, because everyone has to go out and be on the lines, on the pushing the edge, as it were. You can't, the edge isn't really in the middle so much. I don't know if that makes any sense, people. I'm using analogies. I can make it more. I'm saying, I don't necessarily want to be too detailed, but I'm just saying that, yeah, I mean, it's not right. Sometimes people can definitely, it's amazing, how much money winds up being squandered by Black people. They call it spending power. I mean, that's the biggest lie in the world. I mean, part of it is a right kind of, it's marketing. Let's call it marketing. I mean, sometimes you do have to sell yourself a little better. I mean, some people do wind up doing good work and die comfortably. It's not everyone. It's not the people that we wish it were. I'll say that. I'm gonna end on that.
Appreciate that, RBG. What say you, Jose? Jose, you're muted if you're talking.
Yes, I was talking. Okay, rewind. Yeah, like Mr. RBG said, sometimes it's our own people. Even von Septima, I believe, he had some resistance from way too close. Dr. Ben, I believe, he also had some resistance too damn close. And Dr. Umar, I don't think he's going to die rich. Look how we treated, and that affair with Conscious Stripper happened, and yeah, it was like our people celebrated it, and since then it's like he's slipping and sliding. Eventually, I think he should have stayed in his tie and suit, because I think we quote unquote respect that more than his current look. It's all it's, yeah. I'm sorry that it's us. It's us. I believe it's us. We these icons. I can name Amilcar Cabral also. In he's loved in Senegal more than in Cape Verde, my country of birth. So we don't. Eventually, I can even talk about myself. Eventually, you will be seen as a sucker. Why are you not going for the bag? People that you. Yeah, that's it. I'm sorry, man. My mind is going quite fast, and it's all over the place because I have too much examples. I cannot escape from the idea that it's us. It's us. They die poor because of us. That's it.
I appreciate that, Jose, and thanks for coming through. By the way, Anthony, what say you?
Yeah. I think about I remember you remember Dr. John Henry Clark was talking about this one time about how I think he was talking about the Jegna in Ethiopia. In Ethiopia they call him the Jegna. He's like a master teacher.
Yeah.
Like kind of like a village elder, a community elder who when there's a problem in the community, everybody comes to him. He helps solve the problems, mediate things and everything. And I remember Dr. Asa Hilliard was talking about the same thing too. He had a story about that, about the master, the village elder, and the only thing that the community was they didn't make it rich. He wasn't like no fat cat sitting nowhere while everybody else was suffering, but they took care of like his basic needs. Like somebody bought him some food, they bought him some water, bought him something to drink. Bought him, make sure he had clothes and shoes and stuff like that. Just basic everyday things. And yeah, I mean, I think it's got a hard, man, because I mean, somebody who's a genuine revolutionary, but at the same time, you don't want to lay there and be supporting nobody drug habits and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Somebody running around pulling off all rubbish, you know, jacking drug dealers and stuff. You know what I'm saying? But I think if they're a righteous person, man, a true revolutionary, somebody who done did for the community, I think the community should support them, if when they down and that, when they down they can't do for themselves like that. That's what I think. I'll leave it at that.
Appreciate that, Anthony. Yeah, no, you make an excellent point. Appreciate that. Black Steel. Doesn't matter that our revolutionaries died rich or poor.
Not really. I don't think it matters. We gotta realize no money in this black shit, right? When you're talking about challenging the state, when you're talking about challenging direct white supremacy directly, when you show that you're a threat to the system of white domination, you are going to be targeted. You're going to be your life's going to be at risk. Let's look at all the real true black revolutionaries. Many of them are dead, many of them in prison, many of them are exiled from the United States. There's never been a real organized grassroots uprising of the masses of people, and you're probably never gonna get one. I mean, we're talking about revolution here. Revolution doesn't take 100% of people. It only takes a really committed minority of people. We can go down the line, look at all the revolutions in history. Hell, didn't Castro take over Cuba? He had what, 60 people? And when he's able to overthrow Batista, hell, I mean, you talking about these colonizers, these psychopaths. There were over 1 million men of fighting age in the British colonies during the American Revolution. I don't think George Washington got 30,000 people in his army. So you never need all the people. You just need a committed, organized resistance that are willing to stand up and fight. We don't have that. So we have our black revolutionaries, when they create the organizations, they try to fight and try to stand up. Many times they get crushed, and that's intentional. It's intentional. They want to make sure. I think it was an FBI agent. He said, if we have to teach the black people, the black youth, that if they're going to be revolutionaries, then they're going to be dead revolutionaries. So there's always been a constant, really focused attempt to stifle any type of black uprising. So therefore, our paths of resistance always get funneled towards things like that don't really challenge the status quo. That's why you have people pushing black capitalism. You have people, you work hard, save your money. If you vote for the right political party, you'll be able to change things. You can change things from the inside. The only thing that happens when you go on the inside is you get digested. Okay, so understand that these black that are dying poor. They're not meant to die rich. They're not meant to, even if the community gave to them. Black people as a whole, we're not balling out of control like that. So many black people might be able to cover some of what you're doing, but I mean, as far as wealthy, no. And I would hope that any black leader that go into the struggle is not going into it to gain wealth, to gain money. That's not what you're there for. You're there to liberate your people. That doesn't come with a 6-figure salary, unfortunately. It is what it is. And Dr. King being a doctor, he came from a middle-class family living in Atlanta. They were very well off for black people during that time. But you're not in it for money. I don't think Dr. King died, but I know Malcolm X barely had $100 to his name when he was assassinated. It's just the reality. Where's Asada Shakur? She had to flee the country. If she hadn't left for Cuba, she would be locked up now. Mumia Abu-Jamal still in prison. We have Black Panthers getting out in their 80s who spent their 50 years in prison. So we understand that it's not meant for us to be wealthy. It doesn't really matter in reality. I'm gonna hate to say this, but I think it's better to suffer with your people and seek their liberation than to have money. I go back to my being raised in a Christian household.
Oh,
I mean, raised,
I'm jumping all over that.
I know. I remember going back to Sunday school and talking about Moses. And Moses felt it was better to dwell, to live with the affliction with the people of God than to dwell in the house of Pharaoh. So it's better to suffer with your people than live a life of luxury. It's better to fail at rebellion and succeed at submission. That's how I look at it. I'll leave it there.
Okay, respect to that, and that's what I'm saying. We ain't all gotta be saying the same things. Explain your stance, and we'll go with that. Juana, what say you? Does it make sense for our revolutionaries to die poor or rich?
No, it doesn't make sense. And Black Seed is my bro. He's my bro. Even though we disagree politically, I know he was going there, with his socialist rhetoric. But I'll say this. I'll say this, that armies need to be fed. And you cannot feed your armies, even though they might be revolutionary, on peanuts. On peanuts. Although my brothers, Dr. King and Malcolm X, were revolutionary in essence, they were not dangerous. They were not necessarily dangerous, and I'm gonna explain why. Black Steel mentioned the other revolutionaries, Thomas Jefferson, not Thomas Jefferson, Washington, Jefferson, all these other revolutionaries. Well, these were very wealthy men. They had the ability to use their wealth in a way where they could solicit guns from France, and the French government was willing to lend these people the resources that was necessary to fight against England. Because they were wealthy landowners.
Now, Buana, let me
say, I can let you rock.
Correct you there, but that's not exactly accurate, sir.
Okay. You can correct me in a minute. Correct me in a minute. Also, he had Osama bin Laden. Now, he's a controversial figure in the eyes of the Western world. I understand that. But Osama bin Laden was a revolutionary for the Islamic world. And he was a multi-millionaire. And he was able to garner the resources that was necessary to do the things that he was able to do. So I see that our revolutionaries, yes, they have a perspective that is just, that is fair. They want to balance the world, turn the world on its head. But you must have the resources to pull these kinds of things off. Else you just talking. You just giving inspiring speeches. I talk about Dr. Johnson. Dr. Johnson is a one-man organization. And he likes to quote Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey was a real organization, but he was attached to wealth, the wealth of the companies that he possessed. This is the reason why the United States government, he was seen as a threat to the United States government because he had the financial capabilities and the Black Star
Buana
Line.
fell off. Yeah.
No, y'all can hear me? Y'all can't hear me?
Go ahead, Buana. I thought you fell off. It could be someone else who fell off. Go ahead.
Sorry. So the Black Star Line had the ability to compete with the White Star Line. So you could go and exchange your resources all over the world and move your African resources from the Caribbean to America, South Africa. That is competition. But that competition came from the wealth that he was able to produce. So even though he was given moving speeches, he had the ability to back up his speeches materially. So, like I say, I do not slight the actions of the brothers and doing the things that they did and making speeches, grandiose speeches, but you must have the ability to do certain things materially. The food programs that the Black Panthers did, you have to have money to feed the children every day. Because you have to buy the products from the local grocery stores and do things of that nature. Where you gonna get it from? You must be able to feed your armies. Broke people cannot do that. So else you just talking. But I'll let my brother go because I know he's chomping at the bits. So I'll let Black Steel rock. Go ahead, brother.
So what I was going to say is that Washington being wealthy is one thing, but when they got the money from France to finance the revolution, George Washington had to pay them anything. France did that as a way to destabilize Great Britain. They figured a rebellion in their colonies uh, would cause them to destabilize them. So when uh, France gave them money, well, it wasn't because that Washington and everybody else could afford to pay the French. They couldn't. As a matter of fact, France went into a great deal of debt because the Americans couldn't pay them back for financing the American Revolution, which led directly to the French Revolution not too long after that because of the bankruptcy that France went into, not being able to get their money back from the Americans. Americans don't like to pay their bills. Just don't let it get twisted, you know. But anyways, I just wanted to correct you on that. So them being wealthy landowners had no bearing on the success of the American Revolution, period. Just as though Castro, you know, him being a lawyer, but most people he was with weren't wealthy. To me, I mean, you talking about feeding armies. If we're talking about a grassroots revolution, that's going to come from the people. The Vietnamese weren't wealthy when they beat the Americans. They were poor as shit. They were rice farmers, but they
Yeah,
beat
but
the
you
Americans.
want Black Steel. You want being fair. The people, even though not you talking about Castro, you talking about the Vietnamese, they had to have resources to be able to give to the armies. To give, if you don't have nothing to give, how you gonna run an army without food, bro? You have the people who they elected
Afghanistan.
from. But but hold on now, Black Steel, you know as good as well as I do that the Afghani is one of the major industries in Afghan is opium. That's a lot. That's how a lot of the monies of black market monies are gotten to be able to solicit and fight wars. Is opium. And people can say, "Well, it's really opium." You know that. You should know that. You know, well, if you may not know that, I don't know.
May I share, may I share, may I share something about opium? Yeah, that's a good point. But
Yeah, brother. Yeah, sorry.
I
Yeah.
give I give an example of what actually happened in Cape Verde, and it was a young man. That he was a painter. He had his painting business here in the Netherlands, and he was sick and tired of being obstructed and racism, etc. And he returned to Cape Verde, and he became a very big coke trafficker. The Sandinistas, I believe, from um, Colombia. Yeah.
Nicaragua.
Oh no, okay, so it's not the Sandinistas. Yeah, that coke country, Colombia. They have ties with. They used to be socialist freedom fighters, but eventually they became the drug dealers. But they still had ties with Guinea-Bissau. So Guinea-Bissau was or is for a long time coke traffic to Europe, and I've heard rumors that that there was an intent to make money on one side, and on the other side to destroy Europe, right? But now it's Cape Verde is also a point of but anyway, this guy, this painter, sick and tired, black conscious black or angry at the white man. He became a big trafficker, and he bought the national the telecommunication business. How do you call it? It was in Portuguese hands. He bought it. And he did things for the country with his money, and the Cape Verdeans there don't understand that European governments, especially the Dutch, they do it till this day. Back in the day, they had freebooters, and speaking of freebooters, he called his business or his group. He called them Flying Dutchmen. So he was literally playing. He was really consciously angry at Europe. He was really back and a multimillionaire and investing in the country. The Cape Verdean government stop that instead of making a deal with him not to have the cocaine in the country itself, or shit that for example the Dutch government does with its criminals, right? Same as what CIA does with opium in Afghanistan. But anyway, they how do you call it? They snitched on him. They gave him away. How do you call it? Sorry, my English is failing me at this point. But they tied him in. What's the expression for bringing somebody to the police? So they actually gave him to European law enforcement. So again, it's we have issues. We have serious issues that so I jumped into the opium in Vietnam, etc. So we have the chance. There are our drug dealers are not black nationalists, or in the example that I give, the drug dealer was a black nationalist, but the government was in his way. I mean, what can you do? Uniting is dangerous. Uniting is just dangerous. We are dangerous for us. So if you really want to make a change, do it, and we'll meet each other there.
Was Buana done with his response?
No. I just was saying that in consideration of what by the way, Jose was making some serious statements just now, but you really get to with Jose, you got to read into what he said. But Black Steel, when he mentioned Afghanistan, that war, on the face of it, I understand where he's coming from. But he also understands that there's another economy, because the Afghanis was not fighting the United States with rocks and sticks. They was fighting them with the military weapons necessary to do so. So I'm saying, okay, where did these poor farmers get the money to do that? There's an underground economy that was going on, and they was paying, whether it's the Chinese or the Russians, in terms of opium. The black market is a very lucrative economy. Many things go to do certain things in different countries. And we don't usually have these kinds of discussions, but I am ultimately saying, how do you feed your army? How do you feed your military? It has to take money. I understand the brother. He say the people them is gonna fund it. To a certain extent, I understand that, because I'm reminded about what happened in Cuba. And when he talking about fighting one of the greatest military empires in human history, it takes more than that. It takes more than the people them finances to do that. Yeah, and sometimes the black market economy is able to make the shortfall possible, make that happen, make that possible, where you could get real serious military arms and weapons to fight against one of the mightiest militaries in human history. You don't gonna do that with peanuts. So money is a necessary feature, and I think that some of our revolutionaries, and I respect them, but some of our revolutionaries, they romanticize the realities of things. Sometimes I believe we romanticize a lot of things, and when it comes down to brass taxes, it don't work that way. You must have money. You need money to feed your people. But I'll leave it. I'll leave it, man. I'll leave it.
To your point, Born, I want to say something. This is going to be my last thing. In Malcolm X's autobiography, his wife, Betty Shabazz, really gave him a hard time about that. She was like, you know what? All the money you get, you give it to the minister, you give it to the nation. You got to have something for these kids.
I agree with that. I agree
Wife,
with Shabazz.
and she was really, he got upset about it. But I think not too long before his death, he realized his wife was correct. That no matter what you do, you still got to make sure that you take care of your family. So I think if we're talking about our revolutions dying poor or rich, they shouldn't die poor. They shouldn't be rich, but we shouldn't have to take up a collection to bury them. We shouldn't have to scramble to make sure they have housing. Their basic needs should be met by the community that they're serving. So what Malcolm's wife was saying as far as, hey, make sure our daughters are provided for. At the very least, I'm not saying you should be out here with making six figures. You can be out here swimming in money. But at the very least, they need to make sure they're taken care of and their families are provided for if they're putting their lives on the line for the people. I'll stop there.
Absolutely. That's what I was getting at. This idea, my uncle, them, their motto for their political party was dare to struggle, dare to win. So I got to struggle to win. Me personally, I just don't vibe with that. I think I should be able to live a full life, take care of my family, and still do the work for the people. I don't think, that's just me. I don't think this thing where people got to put together a GoFundMe to bury you when you're dead, and like Dr. Ben and them, I think Tariq Nasheed buried him. John Henry Clark was in hospice or something, was like in an old folks home before he died. Like, it's not, it's just not a good look. But let me get through everyone. Only I think you're the last person who needs to speak here. What say you?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. I don't know why this guy would deface the title Philosopher King. This is the dumbest idea I've ever seen. I think I might have this guy blocked, honestly. But, I don't know. I don't know why I would have him blocked, but now I kind of feel like I see why. If I don't have him blocked, I'll probably go block him or something. Nah, but for real. Well, first off, here's the gist of it. If you are fighting white folk, they're probably not going to give you a job. Unfortunately, we are relying like 98% of us work for white folk. Okay, 98% of us work for white folk. If and I'm not saying you can't make money not working for white folk, because of course you can, right? But the reality is that if you are, let's just make it creative. You're dependent on this white boy, right? And then it's kind of like you can't bite the hand that feeds you, unfortunately. This is why, again, like I say, and I say 98% of us, I don't mean 98% of us in the world. I mean 98% of us in America, right? Obviously you don't have to work for white folk, when you're in other countries, but a lot of people ain't even working, But either way, yeah, you want to bite the hand that feeds you, that's fine. But that's probably why you're not going to have money. On the other note, being poor, like you asking the question, what are you going to do with the money after you're dead? Look, we have to be real. Again, that's a problem. Like, so they say marriage is for children. So I was reading the other great white man, Engels, right? Just whatever. But Engels was saying, look, when you talk about marriage, you're talking about like the Western marriage, the Western monogamy. The way how it works is this: the woman has children, and those children inherit the wealth. Your children are supposed to be your inheritors. Even now, because I think Brother McCarr was asking what's going to happen. Brother McCarr was asking me and Buana what's going to happen if, you need 6 months food supply, right? And, Buana and I were like, we're going to die. But see, what I didn't mention was this. Even though I'm going to die, the woman I love in Africa, right? She's still going to be straight. And if I give her some children, them children going to be straight. And that's what you have to, that's another part of it all. Like, yes, if when you die, you're not going to bring any money with you, but the people that you leave behind are going to have that money. A lot of, I think Bonner asked me where, what kind of work I did in order to go to Africa for so many months. I actually, like, after one of my parents passed away, they left some money and I spent that. I didn't spend it all, but what I'm saying is I spent that. You don't have to and that's what I'm saying. Like, you can give your kids a better life. You can invest in your children. You can have your children going easy. When we talk about Malcolm X only having $100 in the bank account, we like, oh, that's so good. That woman struggled with like 5 damn kids and no money. She, we like, oh, shame on the community for not providing for her. She had to pretty much like, what could she do? And I mean, you might even say, hey, like I'm not gonna say people held it against her that her man was Malcolm X. I'm not gonna say white folk held her against her. I think I just saw some comment. Let me see if it's private chat. Anyway, but what I'm saying is this: that you can't like you're supposed to accumulate, because even me, what I was saying before I met this woman was, I don't want to be married. I don't want to have another kid because I want to leave my son at least this lump sum of money. And if I have more than one kid, I want to leave each of them a big lump sum of money too. Right? But of course, that's me thinking my American brain, but you could still leave a good sum of money, but it don't have to be as big, because that's what it is. All I'm saying is this: these quote unquote revolutionaries dying poor, right? That was their mistake. You're supposed to, first things first, look after your family. Look after your family. When you start doing that, when you're looking after your family, then you looking after your community, then you can start looking after your nation. You got to build up. It's the advice Booker T. Washington gave, and also the reason why I never gave Umar Johnson money. And not because I don't believe in Umar Johnson, blah, 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 blah. No, it's because after I read Up From Slavery, which was the same book that inspired Marcus Garvey, right? Which was one of the books that inspired Marcus Garvey. After I read Up From Slavery, I saw what Booker T. Washington, mixed guy, whatever. I saw Booker T. Washington said, you got to start small and get big. Umar Johnson wants to start big. And that's why 10 years later, there's no school. I'm not saying it's not going to happen. I'm just saying, if you want to start big, that's a problem. A lot of us in the nationalist community and the Black African nationalist community, we're like, let's start big. How do we solve the problems in the Congo? How do we take over North Africa? How do we, so on and so forth? And yet we, especially in America, you don't forget about family in America, but we don't even have good families. So what I'm doing is I'm like, look, I have my eye on the prize. I have my eye on the big. Of course, Congo's where my heart is, right? But let me get straight. Let me get my family in order in Africa. And then after I get my family in order, let me get my community. Let me get my political seat. Because I was thinking to you, when you said, what can you do about the Congo? I said, look, if I was a politician in Tanzania, right? I'm not saying I could be a politician, but what I'm saying is that if I were a politician in Tanzania, the answer to that question would be very different. Because then all of a sudden I could say, hey, you know what? I'll talk to the president and I'll ask him what's up. But because we there sitting around, broken families, broken this, broken that, talking about, what we gonna do for Congo, what we gonna do? Like, okay, you go, you can try that. You can try that. But at the end of the day, no. Provide for your family. What these people did, like I said, if you're gonna fight this white boy, then fight him, but don't expect to be rich off of his money. Now, if you win the war, you win the revolution, sure, you're gonna be rich. But if you didn't win, and that's what these people, unfortunately, they didn't win, right? If you don't win, no, real talk. When you don't win a revolution, you get shot. You're just lucky that he took your job. But what I'm gonna say is that no, you can, like, your family use your money. When I die, my son gets my bank account. You understand? That's it. And for me to be like, well, I'm not gonna be able to take it, so I'm just gonna spend it. That's some old bullshit. Shut up, Myron. You're blocked.
You're cooking, man. You're cooking. I like it. But I absolutely agree. I think it's okay to think big, like think for the future big, but you really do have to start small. You really do have to start within yourself, within your family, And after that, and me personally, like I told you all before, I'm thinking that you have to, after you work on yourself, then work on your family, you need to connect your family with other similar families. And then you can start talking about statehood or nation and stuff like that. But this idea that you must do this work for your people, and it's okay that you die a pauper and all this, and your children is out here begging, and nah, I'm not down with that stuff personally. I'm not down with that personally. Any last thoughts on this prompt? Speak it now. If not, let's give our final shout outs. And the shout outs I want y'all to give, if there's no last words, let's talk about something, shout out something positive in the Black world that occurred in 2023. We're now into the last day of 2023. Let's shout out something positive that we remember happened, either for yourselves personally or for the Black world at large. And we'll start with Jose.
Oh dear. Something good that happened in 20. Yeah, personally a lot, but for us, I think it looks like soon we will be forced to deal with each other, like this war in Ukraine. Ukraine is draining Masa, and I think that's something good. But I'm missing our. I'm missing us jumping right on it. You know, I mean, I'm missing us grabbing this opportunity to deal with the rest of the world. I mean, the world is changing. It's not only multipolar, but some. Yeah, I think it looks like the Babylon is falling, and I hope they fall. We can help China. You know, if we don't do it for ourselves, let's help China. Let's help Russia. Let's help Indonesia. Let's help Brazil. All these new economies are replacing the oppressive ones. I think it's going in the right direction, but I'm missing our action. So what's good? What's good is Babylon is being drained. That was it.
Appreciate that, Jose. And Jose, I hope you remain a regular in 2024 as well, man. Let's build as much as we can, you know. Anthony, what do you want to shout out?
Only the sleepless nights, but yeah, I enjoy these conversations. Thanks.
Yeah, man.
Thanks for having me.
I like having you come through, man. So if you can, I'll understand because of the time difference. But if you can, Anthony McPhail, what would you like to shout out for 2023?
Yeah, I also wanted to say, man, I love hearing Jose's wisdom too, man. But I like to say that one thing that I like to shout out, the awakening among African people, man, everywhere. You know, especially on the continent, you know, with the brothers in Niger and Mali and Burkina Faso. You know, I mean, it ain't where it can be, but it's a start. And I think that's a great thing, man. They just had I just seen this, you know, this show Tuna Cheki on YouTube, where they had one of the brothers or the prime minister, I think it was of Mali, and he was talking about, you know, we finally got the devil off our back, and he said that the devil is France. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, I'm give a shout out for the awakening. And I guess the other shout out I give, man, is finally after 5 years, I finally joined the Bitter Medicine podcast, man. It's a win for me.
That's a win for all of us, man. Thank you for coming through. For real. Yeah. Let's do more of it in 2024 too, man. For real. Thanks again. Black Steel, it's on you now. What would you like to shout out?
I want to shout out brothers and sisters in Montgomery, Alabama, for whooping the crackers' asses. That was so. I love that. That was wonderful to see.
Me too.
That dude hit the dude in the chair, boy, like a WWF match. Over Undertaker.
TLC, tables, ladders, and chairs. But
yeah, tables and the young man jumping in the water, boy, just like Aquaman swimming to the rescue. That was. No matter what happened afterwards, we let these people know we are not docile. We are not. We will fight you. And I think we have to understand our history that meant that many times direct confrontation was the only thing that stopped lynchings back in the day. They went to lynch black people, and the black people stood and say, "No, you're not going to do it." That was the only thing that has been a real direct check to white aggression is putting foots in asses if when necessary. And I think that's a valuable lesson we got to continue to learn in the next year. So happy New Year to everybody, and I love being on the Bitter Medicine podcast. Even though we don't always agree, we have some hash words sometimes, but I wouldn't miss it for the world. So thanks again.
Man, I gotta clip that right there. I like that. And you're absolutely correct. The strong words and stuff. You guys who listen, who don't come on the panel, don't take that as some beefing and all that stuff. Because there's no beef between me and Bakari. In fact, Bakari will tell you there's no beef between him and Black Steel and Zuli and all that kind of stuff. We just opinionated. We believe in what we believe in, and so we talk about it that way. So don't take it as beef. Only you get the last word, I guess. I think I got everyone else. So what say you?
Oh no, you didn't get Buana. I don't think.
Don't put Kingston before me, bro. Kingston will come before me. Yeah.
Did he even get? Wait, what do you think?
What you say? Kingston. Yeah, Kingston will come before me. So I let.
Wait, what happened? I missed it.
Wait
no,
for me.
Buana go and then Oni. Buana, go ahead.
Yeah. So let me shut up. My American brothers, we love you all. I respect what you all brothers do, as Black Steel said in Montgomery. That is a beautiful message to send to the rest of the Black world. Beautiful message, and we appreciate you all in sending that message to the Black world, and we are inspired by that. To my brothers in Burkina Faso and Mali and Niger, we love what you all doing on the continent too. That is very positive for the Black world and what we trying to do and where we trying to take it. These are measures and steps where the African giant is waking up all over the world, as my brother Anthony just stated. I don't know what the Caribbean gonna do. I in the Caribbean. My brothers and me like me in the Caribbean. We ain't know what we gonna do yet, but we also got to send out a message. We also got to send out a message. But you all sent out a resounding message in 2023 in terms of what we need to do and where we need to go, and we are loving it. But the Caribbean gonna send out a message. The black part of South America needs to answer and send a message to, and the rest of the African continent. The African giant is waking up, and we need to remain consistent and continue to go forward, because ultimately, at the end of the day, the goal is to win, win, win. But I'll leave it there and let Kingston go. Go ahead, Oni.
Wait, wait. I don't think RBG went though.
No, I didn't go. I didn't go yet.
Yeah.
I mean, y'all kind of stole my thunder because I was going to talk about the alliance. I just think, what I'm saying, in spite of, all the setbacks, saying it's kind of, it's uneven, there's a lot of flux, slowly but surely, there's contention, but that, sometimes it's always good. It's just a necessary part of the universe. You're going to have the tension between forces and peoples. It's just as whole beings, as men, like we have to make manifest in a way that we don't just annihilate our own beings in order to prove a point. I mean, there's a lot of that. We have to. I mean, for me, I think, like I said, the good thing is that, like I said, slowly but surely, it's happening. I think a lot of people are going through, there's a lot of death throes going on, where a lot of things are being sloughed off, and this ugly, but it's a sign. You know what I'm saying? It's like you have to cough up some phlegm. You know what I'm saying? It's a rough process, but you gotta hack it out, and it's better out than in. And we're just getting phlegm out of Africa, as it were. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna phlegm out. You know what I'm saying? Even in the United States, you know what I'm saying? In the islands, like there's anything. Black people are talking more about other black people more than ever before. There's always you know what I'm saying? There's always, things that, kind of slip us up. But I think that ultimately, I have hope. One thing I want to give a shout out to on the side is Shakara Richardson for winning that 100-meter dash. I'll say that, you know what I'm saying? That was positive, you know what I'm saying? She had a setback, and you know what I'm saying? She came through strong. I respect that, you know what I'm saying? She fly, you know what I'm saying? She doing her thing. But like, that's all. I mean, I think that, you know what I'm saying? I want to be positive. I'm trying to be, but y'all kind of stole my thunder. Like I said, like shout out to the, you know what I'm saying, the Sahalian Alliance. So that's what's up. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I'll third that. I'm gonna pass the mic.
Appreciate that, RBG. I really do. And I hope that you continue to join us in this upcoming year as well. Give you insight on things. Also, before Oni goes, I want to just double back to something Afro Native World had said in the chat that today now, December 31st, is Amy Jack's Garvey birthday.
Yeah, sure is.
So, let's remember her and what she did for the memory of Marcus Garvey too. Because had it not been for her, a lot of what Garvey did, we might not even be aware of. So shout out to Amy, her birthday as well. With that said, Oni, what do you want to shout out this week?
All right, so I'm a little bit sad that I don't know the words to the Burkina Faso national anthem, but we got to shout out Burkina Faso, right? Now here's the trouble. I don't know if people know this, but word is that they just stopped another coup attempt on my good brother. And that was just recent. And I think this brother, it's going to be at 10 a.m. honestly, but there's this brother who's updating us on Twitter, and he's going to host a space where he's talking about, what he knows as far as that's concerned. But, if I could sing the national anthem, I would, but I can't. So, I don't know, because I don't know it. But yeah, Burkina Faso is what we got to shout out. Obviously, also for me personally, I was in Africa again. So I think low key, I might have spent 6 months of the last 2 years in Africa, and it was a great experience. I think I'm going to go over it tomorrow, but nothing like the continent. And so, to my brother Trigger Happy, we can shout out everybody in the chat, matter of fact. But my brother Trigger Happy, who says, he's on the same page as me, but what can we do, to get that state power? And it's like, we got to climb up. Now I can't make any promises that when I go to Tanzania, I'm going to climb into the political arena. But what I'm saying is that we have to, as individuals, devote ourselves towards that ability, wherever we can, however we can. Now, you can't always do it, but what I can say is that you have that glass ceiling, the one that the women talk about, to see you in the corporate world. You have that glass ceiling when it comes to politics in the West, in the white man's countries, in natural countries, right? Rizuli's right. You got to shout out to all the thick sisters. That's for sure. But like, don't forget that. But what I'm gonna say is that like we have to when you're not breaking this glass ceiling in America, but let's start climbing up inside of Africa, or supporting real political candidates in Africa. One thing I want to do for the next year, we're not talking about the next year, but one thing I want to talk about, what I want to do for next year, is I want to really seriously sit down and say, hey, look, what about if we had a political party? Like really seriously, entertain the idea of a political party. And you might not be able to implement a political party in every country, but you can implement some political ideas. And if we get around to implementing political ideas and political parties, Africa is going to be better for it. And then, when next time we talk about the Congo, or in years when we talk about the Congo, if we really implement a plan, we're going to be like, oh yeah, that genocide happened a while ago, instead of it's happening now. And that's all I can say for this year. Thanks again, Koku, for hosting us. This was a great way to end the year, and I appreciate everybody. And of course, let's shout out all the beautiful sisters on the planet.
Yes. Shout out to all the beautiful black women.
All the beautiful black women, absolutely. Thick, thin, in between. Shout them all out. You guys make sure to check out Oni's show in the morning. Make sure to check out all the other shows. Check out Bakari. Check out Forecast. Forecast is on like 3 times a week, so check out Forecast. Consider Cheek, Realm in the Bush. Shout out to the matron who was in the chat tonight. I really appreciate you. I appreciate Trigger Happy 262 for all the great prompts that he puts up, as well as Oni and Buana and Erzuli and everyone who takes time out, Afro Native World, who takes time out to put up prompts. Shout out to all of you guys. Shout out to Sister Raw as well. Shout out to Marcus Gaviers the way. And if I missed you, don't charge it to my heart, charge it to my brain. That's what Bakari says all the time. I'm going to use that today. KW Dawn 7, shout out to you too. Provide triggers for evolution. Shout out to all you guys. I promise you I'll be back during the week, this first week of January. And as Afro Native World said, this is not our calendar, but we're gonna rock with it because that's what we have right now. I'll see you guys next week, Saturday, for the first episode of Shoot the Breeze for the year 2024. Until then, you guys all be good. I will see you next week. And also, shoot me an email or message on Discord if you have some suggestions for how to make the mechanics of the show better. By all means, hit me up. Let me know what you think, and we'll go from there. Just to send us out on the right note, I will share this with you guys. And I'll all right, y'all. Peace.
Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, We hope you pass along our web address, bitamedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Beta Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Beta Medicine Show, Twitter, Beta Meds, Tumblr, Beta Meds, Instagram, Beta Medicine.